Okay, I believe we are streaming on YouTube and recording on Zoom. Robin, can you do roll, please?
Yes, call time for the meeting.
Call time is 7:08 p.m.
7:08 p.m. All right, Colby Jensen,
Here.
Catherine,
Here.
Arthur,
Here.
I'm here, Robin, Nick,
Excused.
okay. Ren,
Here.
Fred,
Here.
Matt.
Can you
Okay.
check? I was busy with that scanning thing. And Matt, raise your hand. Oh, I don't see him in the. Okay, move forward. I don't see him.
Okay, Susanna.
I don't see her
I
either.
think she's excused. I believe she wrote to me. I'm going to put excused. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
And Kevin, I'm sorry. Paige.
Here.
Tess.
Here.
Kevin.
Let me check. I think he's going to be. I think he's here.
Kevin Dees.
I don't see him either. Okay, move forward.
Okay, I'm going to put excused for right now. Sean.
Here.
Jake.
Here.
And did I ever call Lee? No, Lee.
He's here.
Yeah, there he is.
Okay. All right. So we are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 board members out of 15. All right.
Thanks, Robin. I have heartbreaking news to report. It's terrible. Just brace yourselves. Nick Baker passed away last Sunday.
Oh, no.
Nick was
What?
How?
Nick Baker died. He passed away.
Oh
No,
my
how?
gosh.
And
What happened?
he passed away, and that's all.
Let's
all
respect
information
his,
I have at this
his
time.
and his family's privacy.
He passed away last Sunday. So, let's just think,
Colby, will
Yes.
there be a service or?
all I know right now is that he passed away, and I'll find out more. I'm certainly, we'll of course make an announcement in our newsletter. I just want to say how inspiring Nick was to me. I had the honor and privilege of spending one-on-one time with him. We went to dinner at Don Cuckoo's, and I came by the office, and we talked a lot about of course, outreach and the homeless situation and the plight that the homeless face with mental illness every day. And Nick was a firebrand, and Nick really reminded me, and should remind all of us of why we're here. He had so much energy and so much passion, and he was really funneling it to do the right thing. He was instrumental in helping with the with getting the homeless people in the underpasses a safer home environment, and working with Louise Oliart over in Studio City. In just a small amount of time, he was here. And again, there's no one that I've worked with on this board in the past 3 years who had so much conviction and passion that Nick had. And I just want all of us to take what we learned from him and move the ball forward. And Tess was very close with him, especially close and his life partner. And of course, Nick leaves behind a wonderful 6-year-old daughter with whom he was so passionate about her. He spoke about her all the time to me. And Tess, if you have something else to add, please do so.
Yeah, thank you, Colby. That's really beautiful words. He was definitely a firebrand, and I was in touch with Nick and have shared coffee and conversations with him as well. His partner reached out to me to share the news, and a service is being planned. And if it's open to all of us, I'll let you know when that is to occur. And it's just a dreadful piece of news. And I actually texted him on the day that he passed away, so without knowing it. Anyway, further news will be forthcoming as available. And thank you for those lovely words. Colby, we should hold him in our hearts.
And what we should also do is remember how fragile everybody is. We're all people, and it's just a reminder how much we really need to appreciate and really love each other, and realize that, you know, we're all part of this community. And I feel like this board has come together a lot since its inception. But I'm just been devastated by this news, and it hasn't hit me yet, and I think it'll hit us all in the coming months as we move forward and try to honor and will honor Nick and move on with the work that he felt so passionately about. If anyone else has something to say about Nick, you can please do so, or we'll have many other times to talk about him, or if you want to call me and share your thoughts with me privately, you're always welcome to do so anytime you want to. Anyone from the public have anything to say, or want to? If you don't, we'll move forward. But Jonathan Gregory, I see you have your hand raised. Let me allow you to, let me see, bring you up here. Hi, Jonathan.
Hi, thank you. I would like to say that earlier I had said that Toluca Lake's a small community, and I very much appreciated that the neighborhood council was behaving like it's a small community and not getting so large on itself that it didn't pay attention to little things. And you did a really good job. I liked Nick a lot, and you were all very respectful, even when there was a person who called in from the public that wasn't, you know, sometimes people say stupid things, and you were all very, very good and supportive. And I just wanted you to know that I noticed that, how good you all were just as co-board members to Nick. And I appreciated every step of the way, watching it, and in visiting other neighborhood councils, I saw that this wasn't the case. And this is one of the strengths of this neighborhood council. That's all. Thanks.
Thanks, Jonathan. That's what we're all about, and that's what we're trying to do here. Hi, Rudy. Let me push this button.
Hi, Colby. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. I wanted to make a brief public comment. I know it's a somber time, and our thoughts are with you and the work that you do. It is an election cycle year, as you know. Mail-out ballots will be arriving the second week of May, and I wanted to take this brief opportunity to introduce our campaign for California Congressional District 29.
Actually, I interrupt you. I just want to make sure we're this is a kind of a time to memorialize Nick just for a moment. Before we move on with you, regular public comment, can we go back to Nick, if that's okay?
Oh, my apologies.
Okay.
I'll refrain and wait for the appropriate time. Thank you, Colby.
Yeah, thank you, Rudy.
Colby, Matt in the waiting room, by the way. Matt Kamen is here.
Okay, thank you. Let me bring him on, and then I'll go to Michelle. Let me find Matt in the waiting room. Or Robin, can you find him? Do you see him? A lot of people.
And Kevin Dees is here too.
Let me see. Hold on. I see
Colby,
Matt.
do you want to make Robin or me a co-host so we
I
can
do.
deal with promoting?
I
Will
do.
you manage?
Yep.
Catherine, will you do it? Because I'm typing.
Sure, sure.
Let's see. I'll make both of you guys co-hosts. Okay, Catherine, you're co-host now. And if you want to go ahead and bring on those board members, I'll go to Michelle. Hi, Michelle. Do you have anything to say about Nick Baker?
Hi. No, I just wanted to let you know I'm on the call. My name is Michelle Vergara. I'm the East Valley area representative for Mayor Eric Garcetti. I'm not sure.
Right now, we're talking about Nick Baker, but we'll come back to you in a moment.
Okay, got
If anyone else have anything else to say about Nick Baker at this moment? If you don't, lower your hand. If you do, raise your hand, or we'll move forward. And we will move forward. Okay, we had before Michelle, we had well, Michelle, we'll take you right now. Or
Okay, wait, Colby,
Yes.
Colby, is this still for Nick, or are we going?
No, because no one else raised it, unless the board members want to chime in. I'm happy to hear from you if any board members want to talk
Okay,
about
and
it.
I don't know, Matt and Kevin just joined.
Oh,
the
gosh.
meeting. May want to repeat what you said.
Okay, then I've heard
Matt has joined, but okay, yeah. Kevin got on too. Great.
for those who just joined us, Nick Baker passed away last Sunday. It was very unexpected, and we miss him greatly. and we're just discussing Nick right now, and then once, for now, and there'll be other times to discuss Nick and other opportunities to share our feelings and thoughts about what he's done and how we can move forward in his honor. So if someone else has something to say about Nick, please raise your hand. If you want to move forward, we can move forward at this time. I just want everyone to have a chance to express their feelings. Okay.
So we're going to go on to
Move
approve.
forward to open public.
No, we're going to do
forum.
the board minutes first, then we'll get.
Oh
to
yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. Thank you.
That's okay.
Right.
So motion A to approve the GTLNC March 15th, 2022 general board minutes as amended. Do I have a first?
Tess first.
Tess, thank you, Tess. Do I have a second?
Second.
Kevin, thank you.
Now, I had a request to amend those further. Jonathan Gregory, he had comments, I think it's page, he'd like those adjusted. He wrote what was written, it's on page 8, and it says here, Jonathan Gregory expresses that government force public into public vehicles. And we had a conversation earlier, and that doesn't express what his thoughts were. Jonathan, you're welcome to jump on real quick and make a quick correction. Yeah, hi, there you are. Go ahead, Jonathan.
The quickness of time, I just recommend deleting it because it's not what I said, but I can explain what got said, but I don't really think it matters. You can just delete it.
Okay, we'll just delete it.
Thanks.
That's the only amendment I have.
Okay.
I have one on page 10, which is really just to make sure that it gets in there, the clarification that a typo was corrected on page 7 of the bylaws, correcting it from saying from amongst eligible candidates to from amongst eligible applicants.
So candidates to applicants.
Yeah, just to clarify, since we passed our bylaws, I don't want there to be anything silly, wonky, little minute thing that they look at minutes and go, wait, that's not what was said.
Catherine, where is that on the minutes?
Well, it's not on the minutes. I'm asking it to be put
I
into the
see, okay.
minutes
Okay.
Okay, so that was page 10 for the
of the
bylaws,
minutes.
page 7. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. Any other?
Yes, I have a comment, actually, a minor correction on page, let's see. Sorry, I'm scrolling like crazy through 400 documents. On page where Caltrans is mentioned, on page 3 of the minutes, Robin, under my comments, can you make sure Caltrans is spelled correctly? It's Cal, then trans, not Caltrains, Trans.
Okay. Yes.
In case, that's a big deal. And if there's a keyword search, they wouldn't find it.
All right. You got it.
And also on the next item down, Lee Jamieson's last name is spelled wrong. If you could correct that, Jamieson.
Yep. Sometimes I miss that E. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? All right. We're going to go ahead and take a vote. I'm going to start with Catherine. Oh, wait, let me read the motion. Motion A to approve the GTLNC March 15th, 2022 General Board Minutes as amended. Catherine,
Yes.
Arthur,
Yes.
and Robin, I'm a yes. Ren,
No.
no. Okay. Fred,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Lee,
I corrected your name, Lee. You should vote.
Let me make sure he can ask him to unmute.
he's muted. He's muted. All right, I'm going to keep going. I'll go back to him. Susanna's excused. Paige,
Yes.
Tess,
Yes.
Kevin,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Jake, Lee, raise your hand if you, is he calling in or is he video?
Oh, he's actually on.
Okay.
Just-
I need to either get a confirmation, ask to unmute, okay.
You're pushing that too.
If not, I just won't count him.
Okay, we'll have to move on. There's many other things to vote on tonight. So
All
we'll have
right.
many other chances.
Okay, so motion carries.
And I'm a yes, by the way.
Oh, yes, Colby's so sorry. And I'm gonna put Lee as abstain. So motion carries 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 yeses, 1 no, and 1 abstention. Okay, open public forum. Go ahead.
Thank you, Robin. And I'd like to make a quick comment about open public forum. We're 3 minutes per speaker. If you're coming on to speak about something specific that we have on the agenda, for instance, like the Healthy Streets discussion or possible revotes or something like that, it might be better to wait for that motion to come on. However, if you have to jump off this call and this is the only time you have to talk about something specific later on the agenda, then now is better than none. So make that point. So please raise your hand if you would like to speak.
So raise your hand if you have anything to say.
Let me look around. I don't see any hands raised. Oh, I see.
There's one.
Okay, I see Rudy. Yes. Okay. Oh, yes. Sorry, I had to cut you off earlier, Rudy.
That's okay. My apologies. I thought we were in the public comment period. I'll make it brief. I just wanted to remind everyone, and I'm sure you're aware, with redistricting, Congressional District 29 reaches down into Toluca Lake in this new election cycle. I'll be your labor and artist and candidate for California Congressional District 29. Please find me on your ballot. Universal mail-out ballots will arrive the second week of May. Don't wait around. Fill out your ballot. Send it in. It's an important election cycle. It's time for change. It's time to take back our community, our country, our state. We've been reminded every day what's been taken away from us over the past 2 years. And it's time that we bring back responsive local government. I know that some of you know me. I attend your meetings on a regular basis. I hope to earn your support. Please consider finding me on your ballot. My name is Rudy Melendez. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rudy. Any other hands raised? Anyone else like to?
I don't
use
see any
public
other
comment?
hands, Colby.
I'm sorry, what?
I don't see any other hands.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
either right now. Yes, Catherine?
Did we want to clarify, Michelle from the mayor's office, is she going to speak during city news and announcements?
I'm Michelle. Do you want to speak in the next section or do you want to speak?
I can wait till the next section. It's fine.
Okay, it's pretty much right now. So if there's no other public comments.
So is Michelle taking over for Carolyn Menjivar?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
We'll adjust the agenda moving forward. Okay, Michelle, it's your time to speak. So let me hear from you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Michelle Vergara. I am the East Valley area representative for Mayor Eric Garcetti. And today I do have a couple of announcements for you all. Starting one with Beautify LA Grant. So basically what this is, it is an opportunity for groups or nonprofit organizations who have any innovative ideas on how to improve and beautify public spaces within their community. Keep Los Angeles Beautiful, along with the City of LA, are currently accepting proposals and will award grants to provide financial support to help bring your ideas into fruition and have us all make positive impacts in our community. So the deadline for that is May 4th at 5 p.m. Submissions are being accepted via email, and there are certain guidelines, which I'd be happy to share with you all. And in addition to that, along with my announcements, comes that May 4th is a very crucial date for the city. City Hall will reopen to the public on that day. And in light of that, there will be in-person submissions being accepted in downtown City Hall for the Beautify LA Grant. So organizations and groups that are interested can come by and physically drop off their application at City Hall. So more information can be found at www.laocb.org. And in addition to that, we also have another very exciting program that just launched yesterday for small businesses. So I'm sure that is going to be really exciting. This is the Small Business Rental Assistance Program. And this opened up April 18th and will close on May 6th at 11:59 p.m. Through this Small Business Rental Assistance Program, the City of LA will be able to provide $12 million in grants to eligible businesses that are located within the city. This will basically be like extra assistance for businesses that were impacted by COVID-19, and this will help with any back rent that is owed. So the grants will be either $15,000 or businesses will receive up to 6 months in back rent, whichever is less. And there is an application process that is open and available online, which I can also share the link to and be happy to answer any questions on that. Additionally, I do want to say that the Mayor's Office of Gang Reduction and Youth Development is currently working on their Summer Night Lights initiative. And currently they are hiring for tons of positions. They actually were able to expand to other recreational centers within the city. And in the Northeast Valley, we have Delano Rec Center, Hubert Humphrey, Sepulveda Rec Center, Sun Valley, Valley Plaza, and David Gonzalez, which just recently was one of the sites that got expanded. So I have a flyer for that. If you know of any youth in the age ranges between 17 and 24, they are currently hiring for this initiative to work in the summer. So feel free to let me know and I'd be happy to share that flyer with you all. And lastly, I definitely want to flag and make a formal invitation to you all that this Saturday is Earth Day, right? So in honor of that, our office has partnered with Pacoima Beautiful, Republic Services, and Council District 7 to do a community cleanup. So we will be over in the Pacoima Wash area on Saturday from 9 to 11. Breakfast and lunch will be provided if anybody has time and wants to come out and support. There is registration that is required. So I have that link for you in a flyer as well if you guys want to share with your networks or anyone that you think may be interested. And the last thing that I want to mention today is Metro, as of today, announced that face masks are now optional when riding transit, and Uber also announced that as well. So the city is closely monitoring that for any changes and how that's going to affect the overall structure of transit, but we're keeping a close eye on that, but just wanted to share and flag for you all. And I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Yeah, it's great information. The what qualifies as a small business in Los Angeles?
So the business must be within city limits. They must have, I think it's called the BRC, and which is a type of permit that they need to operate within the city. So they must have that as well. And there are a few other qualifications that are directly stipulated within the link that I can share with you all. But also something to note on that specific program is that your local business source center are there to assist any small businesses with gathering all the documents that are needed for the application and can actually help small businesses go through the step-by-step process of the application itself. So they are there to assist.
Yeah, please email me. I don't know, I'll give you my email right now, and I'll make sure this gets to Robin and put on our newsletter. It's Colby. It's COLBY.
Okay.
Got Jensen, JENSEN at GTLNC.org.
Okay.
Also,
and the information needs to get to me by Wednesday at 7 p.m. in order to get in the newsletter. So it'd be great if we can get it before then.
and
Yeah,
then,
I can definitely do that. I have actually been sending emails to the general board listserv. I have received some bounce backs, but other than that, they have been going through. I'm not sure if you guys have been receiving those newsletters that I've been sending out.
we need to restructure it's better to send it directly. all right, at this
Send
point.
it to you directly.
Send it to Colby, and then we will distribute it to the board members.
Got it. Okay,
And
will
then
do.
real quick, also, any ideas on when we can maybe go back to in-person meetings for neighborhood councils, like meetings like tonight's from the mayor's office? Any guidance from the mayor's office?
Yeah, so I think at the moment that's also being reviewed by Dunn, to see if in-person meetings are something that are going to resume fairly soon. I mean, we are seeing across the board in general, COVID restrictions are easing up for sure. So I think they are definitely being a little bit more cautious, but they are looking into it. So Dunn would be the appropriate entity to kind of provide additional information on how neighborhood councils are going to be running their meetings moving forward or in the next coming months. Mhm.
Okay, Tess, I see you have your hand up. And then we'll
Yeah.
go.
Thank you. Michelle, the last email that I have from you on my neighborhood council is a Mayor Garcetti newsletter from March 25th. So I don't know if that helps you, but if you can get the details on the websites of everything you've mentioned to Robin and Colby, that would be great. I do have a specific question about your Beautify LA grant. I wonder how I assume that program, although I'd like to know for sure, is working in conjunction with the Office of Community Beautification, the Department of Public Works with Paul Rax, and whether or not it is, but especially if it is, what we have need for beautification in our community, but my expectation is that the service the city, can and should provide, and not that, while it's great to have these extra initiatives, not that we should necessarily have to apply for a grant in order to have these things fulfilled. So do you work with Paul Rax and how does that work exactly, please?
Yeah, thank you for your question. We are definitely working with the Office of Beautification with the city. So this is a partnership, and basically this is just a way to provide more community input, right? We want this to be more of a community-driven approach. And there's this money specifically set for any innovative projects that perhaps the city may not have already implemented or may not have, thought of. But this is just to give community members an opportunity to have a say and really try to be creative with these types of projects.
Okay, we already have projects in the works. Should we organize with you or just go forward with what we have?
So if you guys have already something that's in the works, and this could be like an additional support, right? This additional funding can help like fully launch whatever initiative it is that you're currently working on. Perhaps this could be a great way to apply for the grant and be able to get those additional resources to bring that into fruition. So I can share the link with you. And the beauty of this is that it's not necessarily restricted to nonprofits only. It's open to other community-led groups, again, with taking into account that notion that we want this to be very community-driven and have a lot of community involvement and say. So I can definitely share that link with you so that you can explore. We do have a flyer, we do have the application on there, and you'll be able to fully see who to contact in the city.
Great, thanks, Michelle. I appreciate it. I see we have two stakeholder hands raised. I'll see there's a phone number.
This has to do with the mayor's office. If not,
if this has to do with the mayor, I know Jonathan's probably does. I see the 323 phone number. I don't see a name. Hello, 323. Are you there?
Oh, yeah, this is David Wheatley. I just want to give general comment, not about the mayors.
Okay, we'll take you another time. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Jonathan?
Thank you. Ms. Vigoroth, thank you for coming to this neighborhood council meeting. I really appreciate it. When I hear you talk beautification in the city, it really makes my ears turn on a lot, because the word we're having a lot of trouble with is just fundamental cleanliness. So I'm glad Tess spoke up. We have two committee chairmen here, the Environmental Committee and the Public Safety. Probably it would be helpful for us if you could come to these meetings and talk about the details. I don't want to slow this meeting down because there's so many things that they're trying to cover tonight. But clearly, this is fundamental to all stakeholders. The issue of public safety is number one, and number two, LA is just appallingly unclean. So thank you very much for coming, and we do need to know more about your program. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you. I'll make sure to share that with both Colby and Robin. That way you guys can disseminate. And I will provide my email in case it's helpful to anyone. So it is Michelle, MICHELLE .Vergara, V as in Victor, ERGARA @lacity.org. So please feel free to follow up with any questions, comments, or any particular city-related issues on there.
Thank you, Michelle. You've been a wealth of information, and we appreciate you coming on and especially about the grant program for small businesses. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. I'll go ahead and send that right over. It's a pleasure. Nice seeing you all. Thank you for having me.
Going back to other.
Now, Colby, I
Yes.
see Sophia and
Okay, yes.
Tiffany.
Bring Sophia on. Yes.
Do we want to quickly do David's public comment
Okay.
since
Yeah, okay.
we missed him right at the end?
Hi, David. Thanks for waiting.
This is David. Yeah, sorry, I was a little distracted. Could you tell me what this is again? What section this is?
This is just where we just missed you on the general public comment, so we're gonna go back just for you and give you your time for general public comment.
Great, thank you for the courtesy. I appreciate that. David Wheatley, stakeholder in Toluca Lake. And yeah, I'm concerned about the character of the neighborhood and what's happening to it. As you know, I've been harping for years now on the Cahuenga Bloomfield project, trying to let everybody know what we're in for. I think some people thought it was Chicken Little and the sky is falling down. Well, the sky is there. I encourage everybody to drive by and look at this monstrosity, 4 stories, 57 units. The city is really not set up on a department by department basis to do the quality work that's required to shepherd a project like this through the system. And yet, organizations like Land Use at Toluca Lake and this organization, City Planning Commission, the City Council, Downtown Plum, none of them, apparently to me, have checked with any of these departments to see if they're going to do a good job to make sure that these projects are done safely and that they fit into the community and the character. So I'm talking to this community, this group, to ask you to please keep an eye open for these kinds of projects. Vote them down, even when they say that they're by right. They can still be protested, slowed down, sent back, and in some cases rejected entirely, if only for the reason that these departments, building and safety and the rest of them, are not equipped to do their job to make sure that they're done properly, plus a host of other reasons. So I hope that my warnings from before will be heeded this time when they come up and on future projects, and that this organization will become known as the one that is a big obstacle to unfair, oppressive development. Thanks.
Thanks, David. And
We
we'll
can
move
go
on
to either Sophia or
Yeah, Sophia.
Tiffany.
I see Sophia.
Her hand is up.
Good evening, Sophia.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. My name's Sophia Sudani. I'm the field representative for Assemblymember Nazarian. I will now be, I've been working for the Assemblymember for about a year now, and I'm excited to announce that I will now be covering Toluca Lake. Previously, I've been covering Valley Glen, Lake Balboa, and Panorama City, as well as Hollywood Hills West. So I'm very excited to jump on board, and I've gotten to connect with a few of you in the community, and I appreciate the warm welcome and educating me on different issues that Toluca Lake is facing. A little history about myself. I previously worked in other community organizations, political offices, and nonprofits, so wide experience with working with communities and constituent casework. I will put my email out. I think there may be a chat, but feel free to reach out to me for any, if you'd like to discuss any community issues or state legislation, always here as a resource. Some things that our district office is working on currently. As always, we're helping people with EDD issues, DMV, and rental assistance. Rental assistance did end at the end of March, but we want to make sure that any individuals who had rental assistance applications, but they're pending, or they weren't able to go through the system, please do reach out to me. I want to make sure we help them the best that we can, as well as Caltrans issues. I've been working with Tess and some of the other neighborhood council members, and I really appreciate the feedback and working with them on the ground. I will say a couple updates on the 134 Riverside and Vineland area. I don't mean to jump the gun, Tess, so let me know if you wanted to talk about this later in the meeting or.
No,
Okay.
you're it. Go.
Okay, great. So 134 Vineland, Riverside area, our office has heard the community's complaints about that area. It is completely unacceptable. Some background on what's been done the last couple of weeks. Caltrans has gone out with their superintendent and done the first step of getting an assessment done of that area. That's just, they need to make sure, what level of this encampment in this area so that they know the priority. It has been deemed as the highest priority by our office and by Caltrans. I had a meeting with them the other day and I flatly said, this is one of our highest areas that we need to get cleaned up right away. With that though, there's several different components. So as the trash that's accumulated there, the encampment, the graffiti, the broken fencing, the first thing that has to be addressed is the encampment. So with that, Caltrans is working with LASA to try to get them out there because we want to make sure these individuals are offered housing and outreach and services provided to them, because we don't want to just move people to other areas. We want to make sure we are getting them into housing as soon as possible. And we're also coordinating with the cities. Tiffany is amazing over at Krikorian's office and working with them in the future to make sure that we don't move individuals just over to city property, and we're continuously doing this. So coordination on multiple fronts to make sure that we get this area addressed. Right now we're waiting again on coordinating to see when LASA can get out there, but they've let me know that the latest that this area should be cleaned up within a month. I know that's not a satisfying answer. We want this done right away and within a week, but with that kind of level of expediting things, the assembly member is working to build a regional collaboration with elected offices to elevate and prioritize encampments, graffiti, and trash along state right-of-ways, because we understand we need to be able to elevate and escalate cases like this quicker, and we're working on trying to make sure that we do that in the future sooner. I think that's it for me. I'm going to be here, so please feel free to ask me any questions that you might have. Again, whether that's Caltrans related issues or that's state legislation, always happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Sophia. I see Tess has her hand raised. Tess, you have a quick question?
Yeah, thank you, Sophia. I just want to acknowledge your prompt response and getting on this right away. We really appreciate it, and I'm conveying that to the community. Keep me posted, and anything you need me to convey further, I will, and I'll look forward to meeting you soon. Okay.
Thanks, Sophia. I might reach out independently. We have a stacked meeting tonight, but thank you so much for joining us. I see Jonathan, you have a quick question for Sophia?
I do. Thank you, Sophia. Can you tell me if Adrian Nazarian has an email? I didn't have any success to find it because I like copying the elected official whenever I write one of his staff members.
Yeah, Jonathan, I think I have your email, and I'd be happy to respond to yours as well and give you that email. I know we had touched along with Clean California, and I don't mean to drag the meeting on further, but some of the individuals that were out there for the Clean California project and heard more about that and provided comments, thank you so much. That was heard loud and clear, but I can talk with Colby offline as well if we want to try to make sure that maybe Clean California does a presentation to this board as well. For those who missed it, let me know and I can see what I can do.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Sophia. Any other quick questions for Sophia? If not, we'll move on to Tiffany at CD2. Okay, thank you, Sophia. I really appreciate it, and please reach out to me with more detailed information, and we'll move forward.
Do we go to Tiffany now?
Yes. Hi, let me get you. Hi, Tiffany.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me on tonight.
Thanks for coming.
Of course. I just have a few updates, and then if anyone has any questions for me, we can dive into that. We have the Restaurants Care, which has partnered with SoCal Gas, PG&E, and SDG&E to offer $3,000 grants to independent restaurants. The grants will be awarded to restaurants for kitchen equipment upgrades and retention bonuses. This can be found on the California Restaurants Foundation website with a list of eligibility requirements for businesses that are interested. But the deadline is on April 30th. So for those of you considering it, for businesses who are interested, I definitely recommend going on the California Restaurants Foundation website. Additionally, I did want to put it out there that Earth Day is coming up and MetroLink is offering free rides for everyone on April 22nd. So if anyone is going to be, interested in taking a ride on the MetroLink, you're welcome to on April 22nd for free. On April 27th, there is a virtual disaster preparedness event with LAPD Operations Valley Bureau and the United Chamber of Commerce in a town hall at 4:30 p.m. It is virtual, and if anyone's interested, I can go ahead and send that link to Colby with the flyer. But that's it on the updates front. I do have updates in regards to like specific issues in the Toluca Lake area, if anyone has any specific questions for me. Otherwise, I believe most of you have my contact, but feel free to let me know right now.
I see Ren has his hand raised. It might be about, maybe it's about the 134 underpass. Ren, I'm not sure. Yeah, that is that. So
I wanted to make sure Tiffany is going to stay on for that, or she could comment on it now. We've had an application in with the city for a long time to utilize some neighborhood council money to get initial plans for parking under the 134 freeway at Foreman. And your office was supposed to coordinate that with the, city clerk and I guess the city attorney. We're all very nervous about it because money would run out at the end of June if it doesn't get utilized. And I was wondering if the council office could step up and, because of COVID and so forth, give us another year with that money to get it actually spent.
Sure, Ren. I believe I sent you an email just a few days ago. I got an update from Jeffrey Brill over at the city clerk's office, who received the application back from the city attorney's office with some updates for him to review. And then once he finishes reviewing, he let me know that he would be reaching out to you and the council directly, and then providing me with an update as well. So I'm hoping, as we go, I'm sending you those email updates, but if there's anything like urgent or priority, I'll definitely reach out to you all directly via phone as well.
Great, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem.
Hi, Tess.
Oh, Tess, I believe you're muted.
Unmuted. Thank you, Tiffany, for staying with us on some of the chronic issues in my neighborhood. The Vineland Sarah place where the homicide occurred has been a real hot spot. And you've been very diligent about responding to some of my questions that we've had now. I've lost track, 5 or 6 care cleanings scheduled, many or most of which have not occurred. And you wrote back to tell me that they did occur. But I just want to make you aware that the residents on Sarah Street have not seen any difference between before and after. So whether those cleanings have actually occurred is rather, whether it's academic if there's no result obtained from the actual cleaning. So I'll be in touch with you about that later, because I'd like to understand how that process works, and I'd like to see the work completion orders for those dates. But I will email you about that later. I just wanted to let you know. Thank you for your help.
No problem. Thank you. Just to confirm, on April 15th, this past Friday, our Care Plus teams did report a complete operation for that one test, but I'll follow up with you via email afterwards.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Tiffany from the board or from stakeholders? Okay, I guess Tiffany, we can let you go. Or you're welcome. Please stay on. We'd love to have you in our meetings as much as you sure love to be here. So
thank you.
I'll be on. Okay.
Okay, moving right along. I see.
On to executive, the committee.
Yeah, I think unless there's someone else from neighborhood news and announcements who wants to raise their hand, but I don't see a hand raised, so we're going to move on to exec. Okay, I see. Oh, Erica. Okay. And then Brandon. Hi, Erica.
Hello, everyone. Good evening and happy Tuesday. I do have a few announcements, but I'll start by providing some additional information about NC's meeting in person. I would like to update you guys that the Board of Neighborhood commissioners took action to extend the mandate requiring NCs to meet virtually, and there's a few reasons for that. One is that state legislator is currently considering various bills that might permit virtual meetings even after restrictions are lifted. Second, our department as well as BONC need additional time to analyze hybrid in-person meetings, which includes allocating resources. And I think we kind of touched upon that at our last meeting. And then lastly, we're using this time to identify possible policies for a more permanent system of governance, hybrid in-person and virtual meetings. So there are a few reasons as to why BONC has decided for NCs to continue meeting virtually. Unfortunately, similar to last time, I'm really just waiting to receive any additional information, but as of right now, that's all that I have to share with you. Next, I'll move on to say that in case the board did not have the time to participate in our political and legislative workshop and community impact statement town hall, we do have a link on our webpage that includes all the PowerPoints, slides, and documents that you may need in case you would like to revisit that information. So that is available to you. Also, I did just want to remind the board that, in the case that there is a conflict of interest for any action during the meeting, that it is recommended for the board to table the item. If not tabled, then that member should recuse, but we highly encourage that board members reach out to the city attorney's office before the meetings just to make sure they're taking the right protocols while the item is being discussed. Just a couple more here. I did want to also mention that we'd like to share the great work that the Greater Toluca Lake Neighborhood Council is working on. So if any board members are participating in any cleanups, events, things of that sort, please feel free to share any photos and a brief description about, the purpose of the event, the NC's role, and, roughly about how many residents attended. And then last but not least, I just wanted to take the time to remind the board that while going through the agenda for tonight and for any other future meetings, please be sure to only speak about the items on the agenda. We want to make sure that we aren't violating any Brown Act issues. That's all that I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Erica, especially for that update regarding public meetings in person. Appreciate that. Brandon Pender, we have Brandon Pender up. He's our budget advocate.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Colby. Thank you, members of the board of the Greater Toluca Lake Neighborhood Council. First, I'd like to extend my condolences for your member, Nick Baker, the Assistant Secretary. I give my sympathies and condolences to you and to his family. Now, I would like to go I sent a written report. I don't know if everybody has it. I sent it directly to you, Colby, and to Arthur, and to, I think, Tess. So if you can open it and everything, if everything's okay, if you can forward it to the rest of the board members. But I wanted to remind that there will be a there will be a summit on the mayor's is going to put together a summit for his 22-23 budget on Wednesday, April 20th. And it's going to be with the Budget and Finance Committee hearings. Those hearings will begin on that date for the committee to go over the mayor's proposed budget. And there'll be a lot of back and forth with the committee and the mayor's office to go over different versions of what he wants to do with his proposed budget before it's all finalized by June 1st. What's going to be happening is that we're going to put together our annual Neighborhood Council Summit, which is going to be on April 30th, which is going to be hosted by Jack Humphreyville. And we're going to basically discuss what the mayor has been proposed on the budget versus what we recommended on our white paper. Our white paper is now coming to pretty much a conclusion of its revisions, and we should have it up as soon as possible to get to the neighborhood council, not neighborhood council, but to the mayor's office and to the city council by late May, so they can go over it, and we can have our annual meeting with the mayor. Also, I'd like to remind you that on June 18th, we're going to be having our annual budget day. That unfortunately is going to be a virtual budget day. We're not ready for in-person, in a person get together, and that's really up to what the mayor's office and what City Hall wants to do. We're going to pretty much stay with the whatever the recommendations that the city is set up for that. But that will be a big day, and you can go to our neighborhood council website. I mean, our neighborhood council budget advocate website at budgetadvocates.org and register for that. The flyer has not been up yet for that yet. We're probably going to put the save the date up very soon, but you can also go to our website to register for the April 30th event, which is going to be on Saturday at 10 o'clock. Like I said before, we're going to be our thoughts about what the mayor is going to be proposing for the new budget for 22-23. So that's very interesting, and I hope everybody also did enjoy the April 10th event that we had with the controllers, the controller candidates that we had. If you want to see, if you didn't get a chance to attend that, you can go to our website again at budgetadvocates.org and click on to the recording of that, and you can see the entire process, the Q&A and the statements by the candidates for that. So as well as, let me see what else we have here. Let's see, that's really our latest town hall for April 30th for that. And then of course I mentioned budget day. The rest of the stuff, what I sent off to you, Colby, is basically regards to what we're going to be doing with the budget advocate elections and also the activities for budget day. We're still trying to sign up people to speakers for that particular day. As soon as we have that information, will be forwarded to all the neighborhood councils and also the different breakout sessions and the different areas and the different regions and stuff like that. So hopefully everyone will want to participate again. Again, it's going to be June 18th, which is going to be on the Saturday. Normally we start around about 8 o'clock in the morning, and it runs normally around till about maybe 12 to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, depending upon which region you're in. And at that point, I hope I haven't gone over my time limit, and I'm finished. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Brandon. I'll see if we have some board members who are interested in running for that position. Oh, Tess Taylor. Hi, Tess.
Yeah, two quick things because we got so much on the agenda tonight. Brandon, thank you to you guys for putting on that debate with the controller candidates. That was really good. And just a clarification, I looked at the materials that you sent. What is the date that Jack Humphreyville will be speaking, please?
That is April 30th. That's on a Saturday.
Got it. I'll check it out. Thank you very much.
In the morning, yes.
I see David Wheatley. Hi, David, you have a question for Brandon?
Yes, for Brandon. Thank you. Thank you for that cogent presentation. I was having a meal at a place on Highland Avenue the other day, and the owner came over to the table, which was nice. And she's involved with something called BID, which I guess is Business Improvement District. And apparently they get $1 million budget to do their work. And she hastened to add that the business development work also helps the community and the residents. But I think groups like this get maybe 30 or 40,000. Could you please let me know if this is correct? And if so, why the business district gets $1 million and we get 30 or 40, and what can be done to get ours up to 75 or 100?
Well, from what I understand is that the bid not only gets their money from several different sources. I'm not really too sure exactly what the city is actually gives a bid, but also there's a lot of grants and earmarked funds for the different communities around the city that have set up their business improvement districts. And so it's not all completely, I know for a fact that it is not completely given by the city, if not at all sometimes, because a lot of times the bid also comes to, as you know, to some of the neighborhood councils for funding for other things. And not every I don't know about $1 million. That's a lot of money, and I'm not really sure if that's an accurate thing, or maybe it's something that's collected from other sources. But I know that different other bids, like in Studio City or your sister community, I don't think they really get nearly that much of money from one direct source at all. Period. So and also at the same time, they're also invested into basically doing direct and community improvements and mostly cosmetically, or basically if something really needs to be done. A lot of neighborhood councils can't really spend that. That's why they can't spend that directly. That's why they do sometimes give some of that money to the bid or to junior or chamber of commerce or whatever organizations that's there to do that. So it's spent that way. So I mean, that's really all I know really about that. There's not a department that we look at in the budget advocates that directly gives money to the business improvement districts around the city. Their money comes from different sources, not only just from the city, from the county, from the state, and from federal funds as well, and from also private grants. I hope that answers your question.
That's why thank you, Brandon. And of course, David, if you want to communicate with Brandon, I'm sure you have his email. I just want to remind everybody, just as a point, that we're only maybe 20% of the way through the meeting tonight, and we're already an hour through, or even less, maybe 15%. Rand, I see you have a hand up. You have a quick question.
Yeah, just real quickly, business improvement districts, at least in the old days, were primarily funded by the businesses and the property owners, the commercial property owners. And they would go out for grants and special things, especially if they were making improvements in the public right of way or something. But most of the money came from the businesses themselves, at least in the past. I don't know how they're.
Yeah, he's right about that. He is right about that, because there's also an annual fee or a quarterly fee that the businesses, as a member of that bid, pay, which has to do with street cleanup and garbage cleanup, security sometimes for high crime areas, and cameras and things like that. So this money to the bids are from many different sources, not anything from the city, directly from or 100% or directly from the city. If not at all, I don't see that.
Okay. Very good. Well, thank you, Brandon. We appreciate your guidance.
Okay, and I'm actually going. I'll be back in next month and stuff, and I want to remind you that we want to get some more budget reps together. I still want to be your budget rep, but we still have the second opening, whether it be Arthur or Tess or whatever. But hopefully we have a representation of two budget reps.
I believe there is interest. I've heard from some board members there is interest in fulfilling that position.
Good deal.
Good.
Thank you.
Good night. Thank you. And please raise your hand if you want to add to community news and announcements. If not, we have to move forward just for the sake of our stakeholders and our board members who are holding on tonight.
I don't see any other hands. I think we should move on to.
We have to move forward. Okay. Thank you, everybody. We're going to move on to exec committee. And this is
so motion to discuss. We got to read the motion.
I know.
Okay.
There's actually two motions related to the Healthy Streets Initiative, and I'm going to go ahead and read the first one, and then we can explain it, and then explain the whole process regarding this. Motion B, to discuss and possibly take action to reconsider GTLNC support of Healthy Streets LA initiative. Do I have a first?
First, yeah. Robin.
I have a first from the board.
Robin.
Thanks, Robin. I have a second. Open this up for discussion.
Ren.
Thanks, Ren.
Ren.
So I received some letters of opposition, which counts as a petition. Also, some notes and letters of support as well regarding last month's vote of the GTLNC to support the Healthy Streets Initiative. And I spoke with Erica at Dunn about how to approach this, and of course looked at our bylaws. And if there is a petition, as there was one filed, to reconsider a vote, that reconsideration has to happen at that next meeting, which is today's meeting. And it happens in two parts. The first part is to do what we're doing now, was to vote even to open this up for discussion, which will take a vote soon. And the second is to actually revote on this issue. And that's a whole nother motion. That's just a technical way we have to do it. So what we'll do now is or do I see, Eric, I don't know if you have anything to add about this. I know you helped me guide me through the writing of these motions. So we will first, I believe, if I've ever done this, this is a complicated vote, but I believe we first vote, and we'll vote on whether or not to move forward with even discussion. And if we don't have that vote to move forward, we won't even go into motion C.
I believe we need to have discussion on whether or not we want to reopen this matter.
Right, so there's actually two discussions. There's a first discussion now, and then we'll have discussion first, and then we'll revote, and then have another discussion. Is that correct? That's correct, right, Catherine?
If we vote to reopen it, yes, then we will have the discussion about what position we want to take, whether we want to change our position. This discussion and vote right now is simply on whether or not we want to reopen the matter.
Yes, and then we move on to motion C if we vote to reopen the matter. And
Correct.
so I see some hands raised. We'll first takes board members. I see Robin has her hand raised.
Yes, I'd like to see us reconsider a vote because, again, I feel I have many questions about this initiative that need discussion. And one of the things that I'm concerned is that we made a decision to vote on a motion and we didn't even reach out in any way to the community. We just took it upon ourselves to vote on this initiative. We should have reached out to the mayor's office to have them come and talk about it. We should have reached out to the homeowners and to the chamber and to the garden club and any other entities like the West Toluca Lake Residents Association to discuss the Healthy Streets Initiative and how it will impact us on Riverside Drive. So I
Thank you, Robin.
strongly
I see Catherine has her hand raised, and I'll go to Kevin Dees. Hi, Catherine.
Yeah, so I have a couple reasons why I don't think that we should reopen it. The first is, while our new bylaws are not in place, we did at our previous meeting vote to change the way that reconsideration works. Rather than anyone being permitted to request reconsideration, it would have to be someone that voted on the prevailing side. So I'd just like us to consider the spirit of our new bylaws that we approved, though they are not currently in place. Another reason is that I think it's sort of inappropriate for people to say that we didn't adequately reach out to the community. We publish all of our agendas. They're distributed by our newsletter. Do we go to the extra mile on any of the other items that are agendized? It's really only the ones that the chamber ends up coming to us the next month saying, well, we actually didn't like this, except they had the same information that every other member of the public had about what was happening at the meeting. I also don't like the precedent that this sets, that if someone simply doesn't like the outcome of a vote, that they can request to change it, which of course, once our new bylaws are in place, is not how this will work, but it just kind of seems like a waste of our time and the community's time.
Thanks, Catherine. Next, I see Kevin Dees.
Hi, thanks. This is the first time since I've been on the board that I've had many people call and voice their frustration and anger about something like this. I think people are very passionate about this. I think they have a lot of concerns about what this would do to parking on Riverside and how this would affect the businesses on Riverside. And, I hear what Catherine's saying, is it on us to reach out and do additional outreach for, different initiatives like this? And I think, I would say yes. I mean, especially with something like this that's going to affect so many people, I feel like it's our job to do what's best for the community. We might have, each one of us individually might have our own beliefs about whether it's the environment or whatever else, but this is not, like if those are your beliefs, that's fine, but this is not supposed to be a political organization to try to push through your own agenda. We need to, stand up for the community and do what's right for the businesses and the people that live here. So I'm for voting to reopen this, and I think it's the right thing to do.
Thanks, Kevin. I see Ren.
Yes, I'm one of the people who voted for this initially, but since then I have heard that there were some misinformation or misdirection in the presentation, and I'd like to further discuss it and see if that's the case, and if that is the case, then I'd like to reconsider my vote.
Thanks, Ren. Paige?
Yeah, I just want to say that I received several emails as well from constituents who were expressing anger that this was being reconsidered, that they were happy to have seen it voted on. So I think it's not fair to represent that, the community feels one way about this and we voted the other. I think the vote reflected the mixed feelings that different constituencies in the community have. I think business owners probably feel one way. I think there are a lot of residents in the community that feel a different way. And so I think we did take those varying perspectives into account when we debated it the last time. And I think, I think we can debate this again and again and again. I think it's a controversial issue. And I think there are people in the neighborhood who feel one way and other people in the neighborhood who feel the other way. But I don't think that it's fair to say that those of us who may have voted for it or that we made this decision as a board that somehow didn't take into account the feelings of the community, because there is a large part of the community that did want this.
Thank you, Paige. And Matt Kamen.
So I hate that I'm saying this, but I did vote against it, but we voted for it. It's a done deal. And as much as I would love for it not to have passed, I don't think we should bring this up again.
See, Catherine.
I'd just like to take exception with the recurring accusations from another board member that anyone who takes a position on an item that they disagree with is somehow taking a political position.
Okay, and Kevin.
I'm pretty sure that was directed at me, and I'm not trying to come after anybody, but what I would say is that the gentleman that did the presentation about this, I forget what organization he was with, but I mean, it was obviously a progressive organization with an agenda, and we all voted on this based off of that. So that's a fact, and we're all entitled to our own opinions, but ultimately we need to do what's best for the neighborhood. And that's how I feel. I'm not trying to attack anybody, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion.
Thanks, Kevin. Tess?
Hi, thank you. So I believe that the Toluca Lake Chamber of Commerce comes here with the very best of intentions. And I think Shannon Hartman in her letter speaks very honestly and candidly. And I'm very grateful that she, she's part of this community, and I believe she's here today. I wish we were having this dialogue earlier so that we might have had a better opportunity to avert what I think are material adverse impacts on our community regarding parking. But if that is actually the case with this Healthy Streets LA is not clear to me. If indeed Ren is correct and there is misinformation, I would like that information to be made clear. I voted to support this, and I do not want a single stitch of parking taken away from Toluca Lake, as I have voted consistently since being here. And I think that, if there's going to be an argument over lost parking, it would have been nice if this, if there had been more vocal opposition to the transit-oriented community project, which will be discussed later. So parking is really, really important. But if there's more information that we've missed, that's fine. I think the vote as it is should stand. I don't think it's a good precedent to reopen something like this. I agree with Catherine in that regard, though I think if there are hazards, we need to be aware of them. If there's something that we've missed, I'd like to hear it. And I'd like to move forward toward a decision that will satisfy us all, if that's possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Tess. I see Sean, and then I'm going to say something.
Thank you. I hear what everyone's saying, and I pretty much agree with everyone across the board. We do have an opportunity to ask the questions that maybe weren't answered. We have Michael, who is part of this Healthy Streets initiative, or not directly, but indirectly. He will be here to answer questions. So once we get to the public session, please feel free to ask him any question, but he is on and he is listening. So once we get to that point, he'll be happy to answer any questions and any concerns if there is, please. So ask those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. The reason that we can have a vote reconsideration is, it's been in the bylaws for a long time. It has changed slightly, or will change slightly when that change becomes enacted officially. There's a reason why our ability to reconsider a vote was put in the bylaws, and it must have been because something happened before my administration, before our administration, that made it something important to have in the bylaws. I'm confused because during Michael Schneider's presentation, which is recorded on Zoom, he said that there would be no bike lanes on Riverside Drive into Toluca Lake. And looking at the city's Mobility 2035 plan, it shows a tier 3 bike lane going through Riverside Drive into Toluca Lake. I reached out to CD2, and they said, quote, with just a rough look at with the DOT staff, it looks like this segment on Riverside Drive has a width of 74 feet, which is wide enough to keep things as is, and to add a 5-foot bike lane on the north and south side of the street. All that could happen is the parking lanes and the traffic lanes would be resized to the minimum required widths of 5 or plus or minus 5 feet. Again, not exact, but a quick measurements via online tools. And there's a lot more here, but what I want to say is that there's highly inaccurate, or seems to be highly inaccurate information between what was presented to us, and it was said, no bike lanes in Riverside Drive. And then CD2, after talking to the DOT, says, with a rough look with the DOT staff, there would be bike lanes, but they're saying with a rough look at it, parking would probably be included, but it's not what was presented to us. What was presented to us was no bike lanes. No loss of parking. But what they're saying is, the CD2 is saying that they can't really be exact. And so I just need clarification. The community needs clarification on this, and that's why we can go back and look at these motions that are voted upon. And I think once in a while we have to do it with something that's complicated, because I'm confused still, and I want Michael and other people in the community to come out and define this better. A lot of hands raised. Sean, if you want to say something quickly.
Yeah, I just wanted to, so after you and I had a conversation, I did look up what a level 3 or tier 3 bike lane is. A tier 3 bike lane is one of those bike lanes that it's not a designated bike lane. It's like one of those lanes where it's just, they paint a cyclist on the road and it's a share lane. There's an actual term for it, which I don't have. So it wouldn't be adding anything. It would, that what that tier 3 level is. So I just want to add that it'd be like a share lane, but it wouldn't take anything away. It would be no designated like bike lane in itself. So I just wanted to add that.
But that's different than what CD2 says. It says, well, the problem is I see the word here, rough. I want to show you this on the email. that CD2 is saying it's a rough estimate. And what I'm saying is there's a cloud of doubt when they highlight and underscore the word rough, and they're doing their calculations, not based upon feet in the field. They're doing it from Google Earth, let's say, to see if there's enough room to facilitate a bike lane and parking and lanes of traffic. So, I don't know. And that's why we're here. I want to move on to the page. If you have something new to say, that's great. I want to move on to the public. There's a lot of hands raised and we have a long night ahead of us.
No, I was just trying to clarify that what in that email from CD2 that it does say rough, but it also says that their estimate assumes that they should be able to accommodate the parking.
Right, they assume, but for the businesses that count on parking, an assumption isn't strong enough, in my opinion.
But to clarify, Colby, if it's a tier 3 and what Sean has said is true, there wouldn't even be a bike lane. It would just be a mark on the pavement to share one of the regular driving lanes with bikes. It wouldn't be a designated lane that is carved out.
Is that what a tier 3 bike lane is, or bike lane?
That's what Sean just said.
That's what I've been able to ascertain. And again, we have Michael here who's sitting in the wings. He could better clarify because he has a lot more knowledge than I do.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the public.
Okay.
I'm gonna start at the top. I guess I don't know who came on first, but I see Mid-City.
Hey guys, sorry, my name is somehow Mid-City West, but this is Michael Schneider.
Oh, hi, Michael.
So wanted to just clarify a few things. So unfortunately, what Sean just said is not the case. So it's
I apologize.
No problem. It's really confusing. A class 3 bike lane is what Sean was talking about. That's a Shero. It's a picture stencil of a bicycle with 2 citrons. You've probably seen it around town. And I do want to apologize to this board because when I said there were no bike lanes in Riverside Drive, I was looking at tier 1 and tier 2, which is what is on our Google map. I was not looking at tier 3. Tier 3 are still bike lanes, but they are specified in the mobility plan that they are, quote, less likely to be implemented than tier 2. And that's the way the city left the definition. So I do apologize that I was looking at our Google map, which does not include tier 3, and this happens to be a tier 3. Secondly, I just want to emphasize one thing about the mobility plan, and then I want to talk about Riverside Drive specifically. The mobility plan did have community input when it was passed in 2015. It's a very public document. It's part of the city's general plan, and none of it automatically means parking removal. I know that's the concern of the community, the chamber, and the board. There's nothing that automatically indicates parking removal. With regards to the email you read, Colby, you said 74 feet. Is that correct?
That's what the CD2 says. It's 74
yeah, so it's 74 feet. You've got a 7-foot parking lane, 2 10-foot drive lanes, a 10-foot center turn lane, 2 more 10-foot drive lanes, and a 7-foot parking lane. And those are bare minimums. That adds up to 64 feet. Bike lanes are 5 feet. 5 feet and 5 feet on each side is 10 more, and that gets you to 74 feet. So it's 100% true that you can put bike lanes on Riverside Drive and not take anything away. Number one. Number two, if something had to get taken away, it doesn't mean parking has to go away. And there's a perfect example on Riverside Drive. On the other side in CD4, Nithya Raman in the last 2 weeks opened a section of Riverside Drive that includes parking and bike lanes, and no parking was taken away. So I hope those clarifications are helpful. We're now up to 26 neighborhood councils as of tonight that are in support. And your support means a lot. And I'd be happy to answer any other questions, but I just want to emphasize one more time that no parking would be lost to put bike lanes on Riverside Drive.
Well, okay, so then CD2 goes on to say, between Arcola Avenue and Ledge Avenue, they say, quote, a rough look at this sketch shows the median in the middle of the segment takes a small chunk from the width of the street, so it would not have enough space to accommodate a bike lane. So either parking or traffic lane in each direction would have to be removed. So that's not right in the business district, but it still would take away parking between Arcola and Ledge Avenue.
Again, you don't have to remove parking if you need more space. You can also remove vehicle traffic lanes, and you can narrow lane widths. So parking can
Possibly.
stay.
It depends what happens the day they come out and strike the street, I guess. But
this would also be if only
that's a
if
conversation
after,
with the community.
but this would also still be only if tier 1 and tier 2 are implemented and the city then continues to this
Correct.
tier 3 section.
Yes.
okay, we'll move on to, I see Donald St. Clair from the public. Hi, Donald. I'm going to ask you to unmute. Maybe you're not there, maybe, okay, we'll come back to you. And this one, is just labeled user. That's all it says is user, so call upon you. No, okay, I see Brandon Whalen. Hi, Brandon.
Go. I'm Brandon.
Oh, I'm sorry, I have, user, are you there?
Yep. Yes.
Okay, go, I don't know, that's all I have is the word user, that's all I see.
This is Paulana Cuccinello. I own Pergolina on Riverside Drive.
Oh, hi.
Thank you, Colby. Thank you, board. I had a lot of things to ask and say, but as of this very moment, I am representing 15 businesses on Riverside Drive. We're all together in my kitchen listening. And now we're under the impression that no matter what, we will not have our parking taken away. Is that correct? As of what Michael just said, no matter what, we will still have our parking. Is that yes?
We as a neighborhood council cannot guarantee that.
But who's Michael then? He just said that, and this is his initiative. Is that correct? We just want to know one way or the other.
Based on the width of the street, that is correct. I'm sorry, I don't know if I'm allowed to interject, but I'll just say.
Yeah, we want you to discuss this, please.
Based on the width of the street, you have an extra 5 feet on each side, and minimum width for a bike lane, an unprotected bike lane, is 5 feet. And tier 3 bike lanes are unprotected bike lanes. So that would accommodate minimum width. The bike lane would be there, parking would be there, drive lanes would be there, and the center turn lane would be there.
So there will be lanes painted, but we will still be able to have our clients or whomever park on the street.
That's correct.
Well, that's
And at the last meeting, you said no bike lanes.
The part of Riverside Drive that is 74 feet, according to the DOT and the CD and CD2, it's not all 74 feet. Like between Arcola and Ledge Avenue, it's apparently narrower.
But that's further. That's not the commercial area.
Right, but it still would take away parking in that area.
But our other concern is if perhaps Gelson does go in, and we're not quite sure about that, but the businesses on Riverside Drive don't all have private parking in the back. So we need the street parking if in case it doesn't happen. We don't all have clients that come to us just from the neighborhood. They don't just stroll or ride their bikes. I have clients that come from Santa Barbara to see me. They need a place to park. Peter and Sylvia General is the same. Spin the Bottle the same. We have events, we have functions to try to keep our businesses open. I don't need to tell you that we've gone through hell in the last 3 years. Most of the world has. But Toluca Lake is a small little village, and we need as much space, friendliness, and parking for our clients. And I'm sure you all understand that. We are all mom and pops. I'm second generation, so are the Generalises. Spin the Bottle has a thriving business. People come and go. He needs his spots. The restaurants, Foreman's, Prosecco, Malbec. You know, if you support us, you know the village. You know how passionate we are. We love and support our community. We are the community. We are the people that clean the streets. We are the ones that put pots out front. We are the ones that pay our taxes. So I'm not arguing with you. I'm pleading with you. We need, and that building that's going up at Bloomfield and Cahuenga, how many people are going to be there? The amount of people that are moving into our sweet little village is astounding. And if you are on Riverside Drive from 4 o'clock to 6, you know how much traffic, and it's backed up. There's your pollution. It's those cars waiting to move. And if they're not moving, they're speeding. So I beg you, I plead with you to please leave our streets alone. Let us keep our businesses open. We love what we do, and we love what we live and work. Thank you, Colby.
Thank you, Paulina. We'll move forward to, I saw Brandon. Hi, Brandon, you are unmuted.
Thanks, Colby. I
I hope everyone received my comment. I sent an email to the board. Did you receive that, Colby?
Yes, yes, we did.
Thank you. On the merit of reconsideration, I do agree with Catherine that this is a bad precedent, and I, for one, I'm a. For those who don't know me, I'm a neighbor. I'm a committee member for this committee for this neighborhood council, and I'm overall just disheartened that one stakeholder group can reverse a decision that you all just made, especially when I supported this vote, and I believe that it'll benefit the community. The mobility plan. I'm actually, if I may ask a question, Colby, will there be discussion if there's discussion, if you all vote? I'm confused that the discussion being had right now is on whether or not you're gonna, it seems like you're talking about the initiative, not about reconsideration, which I understand, like the discussion has to go in and out and it can't be like separate, but I have comments to help make my case. But
You're welcome to offer those comments now, or if we move on to motion C.
Colby, this motion that we are now discussing is to open the discussion and possibly take action. So that's what the first vote is for. The second vote is to reconsider.
Is to reconsider, but it bleeds in.
I think that the discussion needs to be more about the merit of reconsideration at this moment and not about the Healthy Streets Initiative. But I agree with what Michael was saying. I'll just go ahead and just continue what I was going to say, is that the mobility plan is an adopted city policy. It exists whether or not Healthy Streets LA passes. Healthy Streets LA just helps its implementation of the plan. I would imagine that the neighborhood would be, there would be opportunities for this neighborhood council to engage on proposed plans for implementation, and that parking, as provided in my example, in my email, by varying degrees of bicycle lanes exist within our neighborhood, with both 2 lanes of traffic and parking on each side. So this is possible. So thank you.
Thanks, Brandon. Next, we'll go to Shannon Hartman. Hello, Shannon.
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. My name is Shannon Hartman. I'm the current president of the Tulip Lake Chamber of Commerce. And I want to thank all of you for letting me speak and listening to us. When I'm representing all the businesses and also just the whole area, even the apartment buildings that are going to be maybe the cutoff parking where you're talking about between Arcola and Ledge. Just as Paulina said, this is not even just near and dear to us. This is our livelihood, and our, how we all survive as our businesses on Riverside Drive. And I think what we would like, speaking from the chamber, is to be part of the discussion. And, whether we should have been part of it earlier on or not, I wasn't a part of it. So I wasn't given a chance. Now that I'm representing the chamber and the businesses, we would like to be part of it. And so to be listened to, maybe a second time with a revote, it's not about us overturning anything or anything. We want to work with you guys. We want to be part where we're all coming together and we're all doing something that we're going to be proud of, and that it's not going to be, look, I love healthy streets. And I think that most of us would want that, but at the same time, at what cost? So if there's a way that we can all come together and have a discussion, and I appreciate the way you guys all work together, because it's, you're very respectful of each other. And that's what we want to. We just want to have the respect because we're a part of it. And I think with Riverside Drive, that's directly affecting us. So what we want to be is part of the discussion, and it's not about overturning or, breaking precedent for you guys. It's just about how we can all get what we, I won't even say what we want, but to keep the integrity of the village and to, support the businesses and the residents. So that's what I have to say. And thank you so much for listening to me. And if you have any questions for me, I'm here.
Thank you, Shannon. Moving on, we'll see My Stuff. Not sure who this is. My Stuff, you are unmuted.
Hi, that's me.
I'm sorry, who?
Can you hear me? I'm sorry, I didn't know how to do this. My name's Jean Deeb.
Oh, hi, Jean.
Hi. We own 2 buildings on Riverside Drive, and I don't see how these bike lanes actually could really work with all the congestion and traffic and people and deliveries coming in and out of our properties and the businesses as well. I sit on Riverside Drive and I look out and I see the fire trucks across the street at Coffee Bean or the counter. I see delivery trucks, UPS, FedEx constantly. I don't know how they're going to be able to compete with bicyclists. I'm really opposed to this. Again, my family owns property, so we see it. As a commercial broker myself, I see how it affects leasing in the office buildings and retail as well, because one of the first things a prospective tenant asks me is there street parking? And I say, yes, there is. You know why? Because in the last 20 years, they've eliminated the side street parking, especially when Trader Joe's came in. I don't even know much about this issue, only that I was told by several people to come and listen to this meeting because it really poses a huge threat to the already struggling small businesses and the spaces, the office spaces as well that depend on the parking to come in and to come out. Someone has an appointment, someone wants to pick up a piece of, some sushi, things like that. I'd like to know, again, as a property owner and as a broker, who actually approves this? Where is the actual, where is it going to be, this bike lane? What's it bordered? Where is it bordered by? Do we know these specifics? I mean, I'm trying to protect my tenants and I'm trying to protect the small businesses around me and myself, honestly, you guys, if you were here 20 years ago, you would have seen they were trying to create one-way alleys in the back and they were trying to determine the direction. And you know what? UPS and FedEx got their little lobbyists out there and said, no, because we have a certain turning radius that we have to use in order to move our huge vehicles. And then you have the fire department. Riverside Drive is actually designated as an emergency pathway off of Highway 101. In fact, they even installed a federal light by Mendocino Farms. And it's supposed to maintain a certain emergency capacity, at all times. Like, does the fire station know about this? Who knows about this other than you 15 people? And again, I respect what you do, but if you could listen to us, because we're the people living here, working here. We depend on Riverside Drive and the parking. And again, I don't know who would want to be riding their bike right now down Riverside Drive, unless there are some other solutions available to it. But we need our parking.
Thank you, Jean. Thank you, Jean. That's pretty much it. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. I see next up we have Marcos Generales. Hi, Marcos.
Can you hear me, Colby?
Yes, you're on.
Great, thank you. And thanks, members of the board, for opening this matter up for discussion. I'm Marcos Generales. I'm an attorney who grew up here and still calls this neighborhood home. And as Polana alluded to, I'm a third-generation Toluca Laker. First, as a threshold issue, as you guys have been discussing, reopening this matter for a revote makes complete sense here. It appears that the previous vote, which none of us were aware of, was based on unclear information at best. Even here tonight, with Michael's second opportunity to clarify what the results of this initiative are going to be, personally, I still don't know what the results are going to be. As he said, perhaps it can be achieved that parking will remain, but couldn't give an unequivocal yes that parking will remain. And knowing all these the business owners that have spoken before me personally, I know we can't survive based on rough estimates, Colby, as you've mentioned, and possiblies here. That's just on the threshold issue of whether or not this should be opened up for a revote, and it absolutely should be. But turning back to the substance of this initiative, again, piggybacking off my colleagues who own the businesses here, this story is about disproportionate harm for incremental benefit. Again, if that. As Paulana mentioned, our small businesses rely on customers actually coming through the door in person to survive. And I can't tell you how many times I've heard from them and others that customers already can't find parking. Add in a bike lane, remove the street parking, and then what? We're just supposed to assume that customers will channel their frustrations into cycling. No, they're simply going to find an alternate that causes them less brain damage, metaphorically and literally. We're also being led to assume on the substance of the initiative that adding a bike lane will convince car users for a particular non-recreational task to switch to a bicycle and thereby reducing air pollution. That a bike lane somehow makes cycling safer, and therefore, if you're on the fence about cycling, now you can ditch your car and swap to a bike to run your errand, and that's storage problems aside. But a bike lane isn't a force field. And unfortunately, I can tell you firsthand this weekend, I witnessed in Griffith Park, the cycling fatality that you may have seen on the news of a man being hit and killed. And yeah, there was a bike lane there. And plenty of people actually already ride on Riverside Drive. It's debatable whether we even need a bike lane given the relatively high take rate for cycling here. But for me, honestly, personally, I take more park because I'm afraid of getting hit by a car door. And again, a bike lane wouldn't solve that. Now, if you're concerned about local air quality, as am I, there's a myriad of other ways of readily achievable solutions to solve it. But here, for a highly speculative and attenuated incremental benefit to local air quality, the harm to our local businesses, the cornerstone of our community, just isn't worth it. Our businesses can't depend on rough estimates. So please vote against this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. Next, I see Jonathan Gregory.
Hi, thank you. That lady named Jean brought the conversation up to a level that I don't even think she intended it to, but I think it was a gift. She started talking about all sorts of things having to do with whether they're going to be bikes or not. And do we understand, do we see what's going on there? When I read the letter sent to Colby from a Mr. Hartman, who I believe works at the Chamber of Commerce, asking you to reconsider and not approve of this plan for healthy streets because Riverside Drive is an alternative to the 134. And I heard Jean speak, I realized you're not looking at, you're talking about a fractured conversation, whether or not there are bike lanes. First of all, you don't know if you vote for this, approve it, you're not voting for it. But if you support this measure for healthy streets, it doesn't necessarily mean there are or there aren't going to be bike lanes, or that they are or they are not going to take away parking. What I can tell you is, having lived in West Toluca Lake for 30 years or so, that it took over 10 years to get the city to start cleaning what they call Little Vineland, that little service street. Why? Because the city of Los Angeles sits on its parking the way a mother hen looks over their little chick. The city of Los Angeles regards parking as income because it knows businesses don't thrive without it. That's what I know firsthand. Even when almost obvious things that the city ought to be doing to make the place more safe, they'll put that parking first. So I think it's correct that business owners are reacting strongly to a threat to their parking because they need it. They depend on that. But I don't know if you don't acknowledge that you're striving to make a village and you just supported or you're questioning the support of a transit-oriented community that's getting a 38-unit apartment building where the post office is right now, you're not looking at the big picture. Either it's going to be a village with bump outs, which are otherwise known in the vernacular as traffic slowers. That's all part of the planned cityscape that you want. Supposedly you want this. But there are already bikers on Riverside Drive. I've done it myself years ago, and they go really fast right now. When they have bike lanes, they have regulations that drivers have to follow. There's often speed limits like 20 miles per hour or less, even 15. So there's a lot of things along the way in making streets healthy. It's not an automatic sacrifice of parking. I don't hear anybody's in a position to say that supporting this measure or not supporting the measure leads to an addition or a decline in parking. What it really is about is, do you want to have a village with slowed traffic and regulated activities, or do you want to have an alternate to the 134? You have to make that choice because you're on the road right now for another Lancashire Boulevard unless you put the brakes on. Thanks.
Thank you, Jonathan. I see David Wheatley. Hi, David. You are unmuted.
Thank you, David Wheatley, stakeholder in Toluca Lake. I'm pleased to hear that the bylaws at present provide for an appeals process for a decision that was taken improperly, such as this one, and that this group will have the opportunity to vote on that appeal in order to send it back down to where it is now, with all the facts being discussed. As far as improprieties in the original decision, it does not surprise me that the community was not on top of this and did not show up. Same thing happened with Coenga Bloomfield. This item can be a one line on something that gets posted in a window somewhere on the main drag, a place where nobody goes. And the groups that are interested in this are not approached. This group is not allowed to single out groups and say, hey, this is coming up. So as a result, lots of people don't even know about things like this. And so, yeah, well, everybody's supposed to be on top of this and checking those two lines in the window, but most people don't. So I support this appeal and that it should be reconsidered and revoted on with the new information. Also, I have found that groups like this are remarkably unrigorous, if this is a word, in ferreting out the facts in these cases. They tend to be swayed by charismatic people like Michael. They cave and they don't say who needs to be here that needs to be here. Well, those people are here tonight and need to be listened to. Thank you.
Thanks, David. I see Rudy.
Thank you, Colby. I just wanted to maybe bring a little levity to this conversation. I'm a cyclist, and I have a garage full of bikes, and I've ridden my bike to many of the businesses along Riverside Drive. Keep in mind that this neighborhood council is simply, and I appreciate the work they do, an advisory board. The city's going to do whatever they want to do. We've already heard that this is a transit-oriented community and these high rises are going up regardless of how people feel. But all I'm hearing tonight is people vilifying cyclists. This isn't really about bike lanes and road diets. It's about who the elected officials are. If you're not happy with what's happening, you have to stop voting for new people. Don't expect to keep reelecting the same people and expecting a different outcome. It's hard to park in Toluca Lake because it's permitted parking in the neighborhoods. Now, I don't live in Toluca Lake, and I don't really have a position on that. But if people are complaining about not having enough parking, then maybe we should look at reopening the parking in the neighborhood, because you have to have a permit to park there now. I don't support the city's meters. I don't think we should have to have meters. Burbank doesn't have meters. And, so let's not vilify cyclists and make this just a simple, like it's about bikes and bike lanes. You have to look at the bigger picture here. If you're not happy with what's going on, you should have been paying attention 5, 6, 7 years ago when your elected officials sold your community out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rudy. I see CC Skincare. You are unmuted. CC.
Hi, this is Cheryl from CC Skincare. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Hi, I have a business at 10,000 Riverside Drive, and I've been there for about 15 years, and I really hope that you guys would reconsider. My clients have so much trouble parking already. I can't tell you how many parking tickets I paid for my clients because they parked in the permitted area and didn't see the sign. I really wish you'd reconsider it where the businesses are all struggling. You have to realize we were closed for like almost a year and a half. And to get something like this with the new buildings going up, all the employees parking in the streets, our customers have no place to park anymore. So I wish you would reconsider voting on this again and really try to support the businesses. Thank you.
Hey, Cheryl, I appreciate it.
Thanks.
I see, oh, okay, we are back to, I'm sorry, user who was.
So we shouldn't return to people that have already
right.
used up their 3 minutes.
You're right. Okay.
But I do see another hand up.
We should vote on whether we're going to reopen this vote.
I see one more, someone who didn't speak before.
Lisa.
Hi, Lisa. You're muted, Lisa. There you are.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Hi, everyone. My name's Lisa. I'm the owner of Browsing LA. We're located on Riverside Drive and Talofa. I just want to say that, I just heard of this matter a few days ago, and we have been getting complaints daily as is about the parking for the past 3 years now. So I can't even imagine taking more parking away, what that would do. The vast majority of our clientele don't live walking distance. They don't live in Toluca Lake. They come from all over the place, from Bakersfield, Burbank, Glendale, Santa Monica. They come from everywhere. So taking more parking away would be absolutely catastrophic to every business on Riverside Drive. I'm really just begging you guys to reconsider this.
Thank you, Lisa. And I see Soraya. Hello, Soraya.
Hi there. Not Soraya. Stealing Soraya's laptop. It's Doug from Spin the Bottle Wine Studio on Riverside Drive.
Hi, Doug.
Sure you're familiar with the road?
Yeah.
I just have a couple of questions. First of all, are we arguing the actual topic of the bike lane, or are we arguing the actual topic of reconsidering the vote? Because
this is
if
really
that's
about
the case,
reconsideration, but it all bleeds together.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. This is all
Okay.
about reconsideration, but it's all bleeding together.
So focusing on that, and I feel for the gentleman who rides his bike on Riverside Drive and is unhappy with the possible situation. But I also know several bikers in the area, Alex Eusebio, who owns Sweet Salt and Cascabel, who in casual conversations have never expressed to me any desire to drive down Riverside Drive on their bike. It's dangerous. It's not pretty. It's not an ideal situation. That said, I guess getting back to my original point, I feel like from what I'm getting from these conversations is that we really did not get a lot of information on the original vote. And I think that's the focus we need to kind of drill down on, which for me means let's try to do this again. And that's kind of really where I'm sitting. That's all.
Thank you, Doug. Okay.
Thank you.
I don't see any there. I see where we hold on. I see someone else.
At this point, I think we should move to a vote. The only other hand up is Michael.
And we are going to go back and talk about the motion after we vote on reconsidering.
Right.
If we vote to reconsider, to be
Correct.
clear.
Which is going to happen
Correct.
right now. And you know, I just, you know, okay.
So at this point, should I read motion B and we take a vote and then?
Yes.
Okay.
Would Michael have something to say to clarify with his hand up before we do that?
Michael, you something really quick before we just do this first vote?
I do have something really quick. I heard a bunch of people complaining that their customers were saying there wasn't enough parking. I just wanted to quickly say that if no parking is removed and bike lanes were added, customers would have another option to get to and from places of business without having to drive. It could alleviate that situation. That's the only thing I wanted to add. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's move to vote.
Okay, let me read motion B. Motion B, to discuss and possibly take action to reconsider GTLNC support of Healthy Streets LA initiative. I'm going to go with each name. Please go slowly so I make sure I get this. Catherine, how do you vote?
No.
Arthur?
Yes.
Robin, that's me. I am a yes.
Hey, I have a quick question. You abstained last time, and if I'm not mistaken, with the bylaws.
No, that doesn't apply in this case.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I just wanted it for clarity. Thank you.
Ren?
Yes.
Fred?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Lee? Is Lee still on the call?
You know what? I don't see him.
I don't
He's
see.
not here.
I'm gonna put excused. Susanna is excused. Paige?
No.
What did you say?
No.
Tess?
No.
Kevin?
Yes.
Sean?
No.
Jake?
Yes.
And Colby?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna read these off. Colby, will you keep track?
Yes.
Colby
Start
is
with
a-
1, 2,
Colby is a yes. Catherine is a no. Arthur is a yes. Robin is a yes. Ren is a yes. Fred is a yes. Matt is a yes. Lee is excused. Susanna's excused. Paige is a no. Tess is a no. Kevin is a yes. Sean is a no. Jake is a yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 yeses. Does that sound right?
It does at my first count. 1, 2,
Okay.
3, 4, 5, 6,
2, 3, 4 no's.
7, 8. Yes. 8 yes.
4 no's, 8 yeses. And
I'm not sure if it matters, but I do see Leah's back on.
Okay, there he is.
okay, Lee, how do you vote? Wait, does he even know what we
Was
voted
he
on?
here during the discussion?
I don't-
Can you hear me at all?
Yes, Lee,
No.
were you on the call? When did you drop off from the
I
meeting?
didn't. The computer, it was screwing me up. It didn't, at least, can you hear me now? Okay, on the vote, I'm not sure because I didn't hear it. I was just trying to
Correct.
see if you'd hear me
So-
when I raised my hand.
Okay, so Colby, how do we deal with Lee?
I
not-
would recommend Lee abstain if he
Okay.
did not hear the discussion.
All right. So Lee, we're going to give you an
Abstention.
extension. Okay, so 8-4-1. So the motion carries to open the discussion. So now let me go down to motion C to reverse, motion C to reverse, to vote to reverse GTLNC support of Healthy Streets initiative. Do I have a first?
Yeah. First.
Who is that?
Kevin Dean.
Kevin. Thank you, Kevin. Do I have a second? Robin, I'll be second. Okay, we're back to discussion.
Looking at, I see the public had their hand raised. Rudy? I'll go to the board first. Generally how you would do the board first, and then we go to the public. Ren, I saw you first.
Yeah, when I voted for this last time, I heard very clearly that there would be no bike lanes on Riverside Drive. And what I heard this time is that there will be, or there at least could be bike lanes. And so I'm going to reverse my vote and vote for this motion.
Thank you, Ren. Next up, I saw Tess.
Hi, yeah, I voted for this last time. And if we get a guarantee that no parking is removed, then I will reverse my vote. I oppose the removal of any parking. I understand how valuable it is, and I've opposed it rigorously and consistently. And I hope that all of you good people who are here today, Doug from Spin the Bottle, Lisa, Cheryl from CC Skincare, Jean Deeb, and Paulana from Pergolina, I hope you will just as vigorously and vehemently oppose the removal of parking with this transit-oriented community project, which unfortunately may be too late. But that is, in my opinion, a huge problem as well related to parking. And if you're going to be consistent about your apprehension and rejection of any removal of parking, I hope you will be at least as vocal then. So thank you.
Thanks, Tess. Next up, I saw Catherine.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to proceed with keeping our position in support of healthy streets. I think that there is some conflicting information out there, but the reality is a tier 3 bike lane is unlikely to be added in the near future. And more importantly, it sounds like there's a significant likelihood that it will not impact parking. And so a lot of the concerns regarding the current parking situation more than likely wouldn't be affected by this and may even be alleviated if there are other options for how to get to their businesses.
Thanks, Catherine. I see Kevin D.
I think that we need to listen to what the community is saying, and the business owners and the people in the community are saying that they don't want this, and there's no guarantee that there won't be an elimination of parking. And we're also basing that on, we're basing a lot of this on a gentleman that fed us information that wasn't accurate, and now we're supposed to just trust that everything he's saying is accurate. So I don't have any faith in this. I think that we need more time to look at this. I think that there are lots of different ways that we can we can support the environment and lots of other ways. We don't need to, even if there's a chance that this could affect the businesses on Riverside, we need to be against this. So I'm glad that we opened this up again.
Thank you, Kevin. I see Paige.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that I think there are other elements to the greater mobility plan aside from bike lanes in this one particular area. I think there are also other things that potentially benefit the community, things like crosswalks, things like there were other pieces of this that were supposed to help traffic safety and pedestrian safety. So I think in the interest of not throwing the baby out with the bathwater, I personally think that it might be easier to, when it comes time for implementation, if this were to ever even move forward, work with the city on those concerns to make sure that that parking is not eliminated, rather than scrapping all elements of this plan and saying that we don't want any of the positive things that are in it because of this one tiny piece that sounds to me like it's a maybe if there's funding, if there's time, and ultimately this whole plan is not going to be implemented until 2035. So that's my position.
Thanks, Paige. Arthur.
Yes. So I guess my pet peeve here is not with the bike lanes or the parking or anything like that. My pet peeve is that, our elected officials, I feel sometimes don't consider all viewpoints, and a lot of issues are very complex, and you have to weigh interests from various constituencies. And the gentleman from Mid-City West came to us and made a presentation, and he wasn't forthcoming with all the information. And he says it was an error on his part, but I just don't believe it. And so it feels like, it just feels dirty. And I don't want to, I feel like we should balance all the interests and we should have all the information to make those decisions. And it just didn't seem like it happened.
Thank you, Arthur. I'll go to, before I go to the stakeholders, I want to kind of echo what Arthur said. I believe there's a lot of confusion about this. I believe that in our bylaws, we are allowed to reconsider votes for this reason. It's just, I don't think anybody really knows at this point. And if this were your business, if this were your livelihood, you depended upon these, the possibility, even if it's a 1% chance or a 5% chance that parking could be taken away or reduced, would you be willing to risk, money that takes, your business and the amount of money that you might lose in order to pay your rent or pay your mortgage on your storefront? Would it be worth it to you? Even if it's a very small chance of this happening. Catherine, you've already spoken. I don't know.
Lee's hand is up. I don't know if it's up because he wants to comment on this.
Whose hand is up?
Lee's hand is up.
I don't see it up, but go ahead, Lee.
Sorry, he's still an attendee as opposed to a participant.
Okay, let me bring him up. Thought I made him up.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Lee.
Yes. Did the host restrict my camera?
No.
No? Okay, because I don't have any
I've been
camera.
able to see you all night.
You have seen me?
I have not.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
That was your,
Lee,
okay.
If something appears on your screen asking you to join as panelist, click on that.
I see, I'll move into the public space now, unless any board members have anything else to add, if you haven't spoken already. I don't see any hands raised from the board, so I'll go to Rudy. Hi, Rudy.
Hi, Colby. Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate, please stop vilifying cyclists. Multi-modes of transportation are important for every community. I'm a cyclist. I ride my bike down Riverside Drive, not so much these days, but I have a garage full of bikes, and I've ridden my bike to many of the businesses in Toluca Lake. If more businesses put out bike racks in front of their businesses, they probably would have more shoppers. But again, you need to see the bigger picture here. It's not about cycling and bike lanes. Metro wants to drive buses down the middle of Riverside Drive. Your community has taken away parking in the residential area. And this is a TOC community that happened almost 10 years ago. So for businesses to be vilifying cyclists about losing parking, that ship sailed a long time ago. Again, if you're not happy with your elected officials, stop re-electing them and expecting a different outcome. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rudy. Michael. Hi, Michael.
Hi, guys. I'm sorry my name is left over from my neighborhood council and I don't have the power to change it. But just to be clear, I'm not representing my neighborhood council in any way, despite the name that's stuck there. I just want to say two things. Kevin made a comment that the information wasn't accurate, and now we're basing the no parking loss on my information that he didn't trust. And I just wanted to say that it's not my information. Colby took the initiative to email CD2, who took the initiative to contact LADOT, who measured the street, and 74 feet is wide enough to add bike lanes with zero parking loss. So we're not talking about a hypothetical. And if you don't trust me, that's fine, but you can trust CD2 and LADOT. Secondly, I've heard a lot of talk about we should listen to business owners. What the business owners want is they don't want parking loss. That's my understanding of what they want. And I've been on your meeting the whole time and I heard all of them. If there isn't any parking loss, then what is the opposition to this? I don't understand. If there's no parking loss and bike lanes are added, it simply adds another way for customers to get to and from a business without having to fight traffic or look for parking. That's good for businesses to have another way to get to a business in addition to being able to drive there. So again, I'm a very honest person and I really do apologize that on our mobility plan map on Google Maps, it didn't include tier 3 bike lanes. That's my responsibility, I take it. But please don't rescind your support based on a false negative, which is that there would be somehow parking loss or a 5% chance of parking loss or whatever. 74 feet wide. I'm going to say it one more time quickly. 7-foot parking lane, 10-foot drive lane, 10-foot drive lane, 10-foot center turn lane, 10-foot drive lane, 10-foot drive lane, 7-foot parking lane, and you got 10 feet left over. And so basically the bike lane would go in between the parking and the drive lane. Unfortunately, that's sort of known as a Dorzo bike lane. It's not ideal, but it's possible without taking anything away. And it's also what's planned for Riverside Drive. Riverside Drive doesn't have protected bike lanes. They have unprotected bike lanes, and unprotected bike lanes go between parking and a drive lane. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I just want to clarify that when I was reading that email from CD2, they did say it was a rough estimate they made from a satellite photo, 74 feet between Clybourne and Arcola. However, between Arcola and Ledge, which is a few blocks, 2 blocks, it's not enough space. It's not 74 feet. It's narrower, and it looks like it would not be able to accommodate a bike lane and everything that goes along with it. Anyway, so again, I want to reiterate that's what the email says.
Colby, could you repeat that, please? Because that's the key right
I'll
there.
read this right now, verbatim. Arcola Avenue to Ledge Avenue, a rough look at this stretch shows the median in the middle of the segment takes a small chunk from the width of the street, so it would not have enough space to accommodate a bike lane. So either parking or a traffic lane in each direction would have to be removed.
But that's not in the business district, so that's.
No, but it's nearby. So, and also another stakeholder said that we have restricted parking, or someone mentioned permitted parking. I'm not aware of permitted parking in Toluca Lake, and so
By Trader Joe's.
I want to clarify that.
There is by Trader Joe's.
Oh, I'm sorry, what's that?
There is restricted parking by Trader Joe's.
And Foreman.
But not permitted. I think someone said permitted in a previous.
Yeah, it is permitted.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah.
I see CC Skincare, Cheryl from the public. Hi, Cheryl, you are unmuted.
Okay. You know, it's not even about, it's about the parking, but it's also about the congestion. And, you know, I don't know about the other businesses, but most of my clientele are probably 60 to 90 years old, and I don't see them riding a bicycle to come and get a facial. You know, it's just, and there is permit parking on Clybourne. On the east side of the street, it's all permitted parking past the driveway of the office building. So there is permit parking on all the side streets, or most of the side streets. So it's not about just the bike lanes. It's going to be a lot of congestion in Toluca Lake with this project. And yes, Tess, if you could put me on the email list, I'd appreciate it.
I would love to. Thank you, Cheryl.
Okay.
Thanks, Cheryl.
Thanks.
I don't see any members of the public anymore. I see Robin.
Yeah, I just, it is clear to me that parking is a huge issue. I know that I live close enough that I can walk or ride a bike, and it's great for me, but when I have to go somewhere like Trader Joe's, I'm not likely to walk or ride a bike because the bags are too heavy and I do have to take a car. So I do feel that it's really important to protect that small stretch on Riverside Drive. We are a village. I know that there is a city overlay plan that is in the works that will slow traffic down. There is a huge plan. The east end of the valley hasn't had anything done by the city in the last, I think it's 40 years. And along with some of the local organizations in Toluca Lake, they are doing surveys, they are talking to the community, and it really is important to listen to our community. And look, I love cyclists. I respect them. I move over 3 feet whenever I drive next to them. I personally don't feel it's safe in this city in a lot of areas to ride a bike, but that's not up to me. I'm not the one riding the bike, and there are people that do it every day, and that's how they get to and from wherever they're going. So I fully support cyclists. What I don't support is a bike lane on a secondary highway that is, within our village. There must be other alternative streets that are perfectly acceptable to have a bike lane. And why can't we just put them there? I know there's one on Camarillo, and I have to tell you, I never see anybody riding a bike on Camarillo, and they took away, it backs up on Camarillo. There's now one lane of traffic as opposed to two. So I would like to see, Colby, something put into the file that says that GTLNC does not support bike lane going through Riverside Drive. So if and when a new board comes in or a new initiative comes through, because the mobility plan came through a few years ago, we voted it down. Now it's called Healthy Streets, where, we don't know whether to support it or not. I think it's really important to listen to what the community is saying about Riverside Drive, not cyclists, because I do think there are places for bikes to be. I just don't think it's on Riverside Drive.
Thank you, Robin. I see two members of the public raise their hand and go back to the public, and then let's bring this to vote. Brandon.
Thanks, Colby. So I think you should, continue your support for this initiative. I'm hearing a lot about Riverside Drive and a lot of, questions on how this will be implemented. This is a plan. It's not prescriptive. It's not a project that has the details spelled out on like a site plan right now. This is an initiative to help enable, implement safer streets in the city of Los Angeles. We're talking about Riverside Drive, one portion of this neighborhood. I'm a neighbor, and I would like the mobility plan to be implemented to make my corner of the neighborhood safer. I hope that brings some weight, because I live here. I should have just as much weight in this discussion as well. Robin made comments that it's not safe to ride a bicycle in the neighborhood. Well, this is what we're talking about. If the mobility plan was implemented through a ballot initiative, then we would be able to have the infrastructure that's silly. I'm sorry, but I hope everyone understands what you're voting on, and that it affects more than just Riverside Drive and what the chamber fears.
Thanks, Brandon. And I see Marcos.
Thanks, Colby, and thanks for the opportunity to speak again. I realize we're running late. Apologies that we need to rebut as an attorney, but just two brief points here and I'll wrap it up. Point number one, our intention is not to vilify cyclists at all. I'm an avid cyclist. This is simply a cost-benefit analysis. I have the image burned in my brain of a fellow cyclist being killed by a car on Saturday. This is not about vilifying them. This is, again, a cost-benefit analysis. Point number two, and again, no disrespect to Michael, but the issue here boils down to unclear information from sources, including the city. It's impossible for us here tonight to make a reasonably informed decision without a concrete yes or no. So we simply don't know what we're voting on. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcos. And Jonathan, did you speak already on this? Did you already speak on this motion C, or is
I
that a
spoke
motion?
during the period of whether you were going to begin
Okay, go ahead then.
speaking about
Go ahead.
it. So
Sure.
I'm not going to take a lot of time. It's just I see this as kind of a generational issue, that it seems like young people should be on one side, but it seems like the young people are where the old people should be, and old people are where the young people should be. It is unsafe to ride bikes in the streets. It just is. People are on cell phones and people medicate and they do all sorts of stuff. But when you're on a bike path, you're a hell of a lot safer than when you're not on a bike path. Part of this conversation is about whether you're willing to share or not. Streets, you heard Paige remind you that you're talking about the year 2035. You're expected to rise to the occasion, to look deep into the future for something well beyond $6 a gallon of diesel fuel. So you're talking about something that's happening all over the world, not just in your little village, but you are willing to stick with this concept of a tiny little village and your little parking is not going to go away without a fight. I mean, you've heard someone went out and instigated a political, they used words like political and you're going to lose your parking. And I think they took this way off course. And I saw some board members use the word like dirty and not to trust a guest at the neighborhood council. I didn't see anyone come to this neighborhood council with a malicious intent. It's just that people have different ideas of the future. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jonathan. I see two. Michael, is this you from, is this a different Michael? Hi, Michael.
It's me. Can I make a couple points, 30 seconds?
You have two hands raised, or is this a different, I see two? Okay, go ahead.
Colby, which Michael? I changed his name to Michael from West.
Okay. For some reason, there's two, maybe.
I changed his name to Michael S. now.
Michael
Okay.
S.
And there's another Michael. He's a purple, the purple guy. Okay, go ahead, Michael Schneider.
Okay. So I just want to clarify. I heard a comment that you guys voted down the mobility plan and now Healthy Streets LA is the mobility plan. I just want to clarify. You aren't voting against the mobility plan or for the mobility plan by voting for Healthy Streets LA. The mobility plan was adopted by City Council in 2015, 13-2 vote. It is a circulation element of the city's general plan. So whether or not you vote, however you vote for Healthy Streets LA doesn't change the mobility plan. And that Tier 3 bike lane on Riverside Drive remains an adopted element of the city's plan, meaning they're planning on putting that in at some point. So I just wanted to clarify that. Healthy Streets LA is simply trying to save money by aligning repaving and implementation of the mobility plan. It doesn't actually change the mobility plan. The mobility plan is the city's plan.
Thank you, Michael. And I see another Michael, I think it's a different Michael. It's just you again.
Yeah. Hey, Kobe, how you doing?
Is this Michael? Okay, red door, Michael.
Yeah. Hey, how you doing? Just a question. I got on for most of this. Unfortunately, I missed some of it. But is the initiative that is being brought here with the bike lanes, do the people that brought this, do they actually live in the area? Have they spent time in the area? Do they see the Friday afternoons? Do they see the rush hours when the studios are in full tilt? Is any of that taken into consideration when they think about these buses? And I'm not the bike lanes. It's just something I was wondering if that was even looked at. I mean, a lot of people that use bikes around here do use the sidewalks. And as
Michael,
the one woman
Michael
said,
Schneider, you want to answer Michael DeBaccio's question. You're briefly, we got to move on.
yeah, and real quick, the one woman said, why does it have to go down Riverside Drive? And that's a really good question. Why can't it go down a different street?
Guys,
It's almost like it's being forced down Riverside Drive.
we're debating the past. Riverside Drive is at a bike lane in the city's mobility plan since 2015. We're debating the past. Secondly, you asked me if I live in Toluca Lake. I don't live in Toluca Lake. I happen to ride my bike places. That doesn't hopefully color my opinion. And I happen to ride my bike all over, including in Toluca Lake. And I want to be safe anywhere I go. I think pedestrians deserve to be safe. I think people on a bus deserve to have priority lanes where it makes sense. The mobility plan is full of so many things beyond a single bike lane on Riverside Drive, including a lot of traffic calming on residential streets to cut down on ways cut through traffic. So there's a lot of good stuff in there.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Okay, thank you, Michael, and thank you, Michael. We're going to bring this to a vote. Robin, you want to, or I'll just read it.
Yep.
Motion C.
Motion.
Vote to reverse.
Sorry, I have to move down to the motion.
Okay.
Motion C, to vote to reverse GTLNC's support of Healthy Streets LA initiative. Catherine.
No.
Arthur.
Yes.
Robin, that's me. I'm a yes. Ren.
Yes.
Fred.
So this is a vote. If
This
I
is the vote to reverse our support. for the
reverse our
health-
support. So if I say yes, I'm going to reverse our support. And if I say
Correct.
no, I'm going to keep the support.
Correct.
So I'm going to say no.
Okay. Matt,
Yes.
Lee,
I don't really want a bike lane. I drive a bike, but it takes up too much room. I drive on the sidewalk.
So is that a yes, Lee, or a no? Yes
It's-
means you want to reverse the initiative.
Yes, yes, I do want to reverse it so there's no more bike lane there.
Thank you. Paige?
No.
Tess?
With the understanding that no parking is going to be removed, I will vote no.
Okay.
I don't
Kevin?
know if we can.
I don't know if you can put
Yeah,
that
we can't make
caveat
that.
in.
We can't write that in, and we can't,
Yeah.
it's an amendment.
We don't know
That
for
is-
sure.
That is why I am voting no. That is my understanding. Thank you.
Okay, you're voting no, not to reverse our support,
Correct.
but the caveat is that you don't know for
There's
sure.
no caveat. It's just an explanation of how she made her decision.
Okay,
Okay.
all right. Kevin,
Yes.
Sean,
No.
and Jake?
No.
No. Okay,
And I'm a
Colby.
yes. I'm a yes.
All right. Colby is a yes. Arthur is a yes. Robin is a yes. Ren is a yes. Matt is a yes. Lee is a yes. Kevin is a yes. That's 7. Here are the no's. Catherine, Fred, Paige, Tess, Sean, and Jake. That's 7-6-0. Motion carries.
Okay. Moving along, we're going to do, Arthur, we would like you to give your treasurer's report, so then we can move on to our
Colby, can
NPDF.
I request that we do a 2-minute recess just so that people can
Sure.
use
Kevin, how do we do
restrooms
that?
or-
I obviously don't want to restart Zoom. Just everyone just.
No,
kind of
just-
break.
No, you,
We could
Colby, just, nobody say anything. For 2 minutes, turn off your camera or whatever. Everybody just take a 2-minute break. Mute your Zoom, turn off your camera, and we'll come back in 2 minutes. We'll be back
Make
at
it 3 minutes. Make it 3 minutes.
9:32. It's
Make it 3 minutes.
9:30.
9:33. 3 minutes. Set your timers.
Okay, Robin. I can't good night, so I can stay until midnight.
Woohoo! I hope everybody else feels that way. No, hopefully the next part of the meeting will go much quicker as long as everybody's very mindful of their questions. So hopefully we'll be able to get through this, the MPGs and the treasurer's report, and then the other committees.
I moved a little more slowly than I thought I would. I was my leg was asleep. I didn't realize. All right.
All right. So,
Give it one more
Arthur,
minute.
are we all back? Is everybody back?
I can't quite tell because some people never have their cameras on anyway. So we'll
Okay,
give it another
Kevin,
minute.
I'm going to call roll again.
Good.
I want to make
All
sure
right.
everyone's here. Colby is here. Catherine?
Yes.
Arthur?
Here.
Robin, I'm here. Ren?
Here.
Fred?
Fred is here, but may have to disappear around 10:30.
All right. When you do, please inform us so that we can make note of that in the agenda. Matt?
Look, if we're here past 10:30, I'm with Fred.
All right. Please just let me know. Lee Jamison?
Affirmative, I'm back.
Thank you. I love the TV. Paige? Paige? I think Paige dropped off after that vote. I think that's what her note said. Okay, Paige is now no longer here. Tess?
I just returned. What are we voting on, please?
We haven't voted on anything. I'm just calling roll.
I'm here.
Kevin Dees,
Here.
Sean,
Present.
and Jake. And I just want to say again that if you do have to leave the meeting, please announce yourself that you're going to be leaving the meeting so I can make note of that. So everyone returned with the exception of Paige. Okay, let's go to the treasurer's report. I'm going to read the treasurer's report so that we know how much money we have to spend for these MPGs. So let me find the treasurer's report. Motion I, to approve the March 2022 MER and expenditures for reconciliation submission to the city. Do I have a first?
Catherine first.
Catherine, thank you. Do I have a second?
Ren?
Ren, thank you, Ren. Okay, Arthur, do you want to share your screen?
I will
Let me
need
make a
Or Colby?
co-host
Okay.
or sure, whatever. Okay, Arthur.
fantastic. So give me 1 second. Okay. We'll go over March activity and then we'll go over available funds. So we had ended March with or February, February with $22,599. We had $125 in operating expenses. Those included Google for $96 and then MailChimp for $28.99. We also had an Apple One invoice of $786.46, leaving us a March balance of $21,688. Now let me go over the available balance because I know that's what everybody is wanting to know. So let me share that screen as well. So I'm going to adjust my screen just so it's more visible. Sorry, I'm going to make this just a little bit smaller. So this is a file that was also provided with the board minutes. It shows our proposed budget as well as how we've been spending this money over the months. And so July through March is actuals, and then April, May, and June are just placeholders. We had an approved budget or a budget set by the city of $32,000. at the last meeting, I had mentioned that we had about $7,000 in our budget for NPGs. There has been an update since then. We have received rollover funds of $7,000 from the city. So the total available to allocate for the remainder of the year is $14,000. I have added together all the funding motions for that are on today's agenda, and they total about 13 and a half. So with the rollover funds, there is if we so choose to fund all the other items, there will be enough funds to cover them. So are there any questions on the MER or the available funds? Yes, Tess?
Yeah, Arthur, thank you. When did you receive notification of that rollover?
It just happens on the portal.
Okay, so it happened on the portal. Is
Yes.
that's good news, but unusual, because my understanding is that the city does not roll over funds, which I strenuously object to. I see no reason why we can't roll something over if we're being careful with our funding. So is that a change in the city's policy, or was it a mistake?
This was always the case. What was so the city had always allowed rollover funds. The question was how much the city would allow us to roll forward.
I see. My understanding was that we could not roll anything forward. So that was an incorrect understanding.
That's correct. So there is an amount that they usually set towards the end of the year, saying we will allow, and sometimes it's a couple $1,000s, sometimes it's more. Sometimes they'll say we'll only roll over funds that you guys have specifically set aside through a motion. So it changes year to year, but they do allow us.
So there's no predictability with what we may or may not be able to roll over. It's arbitrary based on what the city says. Is that right?
What Dunn says, yes.
Okay, that's not good, but thanks for letting us know.
Arthur, I have a big question. TYS, does this $14,000 fund available to allocate include the past due accounts and also the rest we owe TYS for this fiscal year?
So in this budget, we had TYS slotted in for $3,600 for the year. So that amount is baked into the cake.
Okay, but that amount is not as erroneous as we talked about. It's actually $500 per month.
Right, and so that number is a little bit higher.
So we'll have to. So we don't actually have the 14,000. We have a little bit less once we bake in the true amount.
Correct.
We have two invoices, basically totaling 6 months in arrears, past due, very, very past due. Then I received an invoice in March 30th for $1,500, which covers January through March 30th, January 1st through March 30th. And then going forward, we're going to have another invoice covering April 1st to the end of the fiscal year. So we just need to account, make sure we have money for that going forward.
So Colby, is it more than $3,600? And if so, how much?
Yeah, it's always been $500 a month this whole time.
Okay.
But we haven't been budgeting at $500. Is there a reason why we were only slotting in $300 a month instead of $500?
Arthur, do you know why? The contract says 500 when I actually got into it. It was $250 a month, and then for some services 200, and then an extra 50. I'm not sure where the $300 a month figure has come from.
You know, I prepared this, right? So I'm just going to say it's an error on my part, and so we can dial back our social media coordinator if need be.
We have,
Or-
so we have, you know, we have the money we didn't expect to have, you know, from the rollover, but then we have less, you know, somewhat less from the error or the difference here in the monthly fees for TYS. So I don't know. Do we, you know, we're going forward tonight and possibly awarding NPGs. I just want to get to a figure that we can use, you know, going forward tonight and for the rest of the fiscal year for other projects we have.
So just so we
should
know,
should we subtract? Let's see, it's $200 per month times, you know, for the fiscal year, and then take that out of the 14,000 to come to a new amount, or what do you propose we do?
Well, that takes you to 11,500.
$11,500. Okay.
Colby, so just so I know what the numbers are, $3,600 was baked into the annual budget for TYS, and now the monthly is $500, which brings it from $3,600 to $6,000 and a difference of $2,400. Am I right?
Yes.
When did that increase occur, or is this?
It was always that way. It's like the agreement. In fact, you have the agreement. I sent it to you in July of last year.
Right, $500 a month. So
that amount that you saw, that's the agreement that was signed before this administration.
right. So then it was just an error in carrying forward a $300 amount instead of a $500 a month amount. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I see. Okay.
I made that error also because I didn't see it. I apologize. But that amount, the $500 amount, is in the agreement that was distributed back in July when we were talking about TYS.
Right. So that money is going to come from the differential will come from the recently acquired rollover funds. Correct?
That's correct. Yes. Which means we don't have, you know, presumably enough money to award the full amount for all the NPGs this evening or going forward, but still a significant amount of money, more money than we thought we had.
Okay.
I guess with that, if there are no further questions, Robin, would you like to take it to a vote? Unmute yourself, please.
Sorry. Motion I to approve March 2022 MER and expenditures for reconciliation submission to the city. Catherine.
Well, should we have public comment on this?
No.
No. Okay.
Okay, Catherine,
Yes.
Arthur,
Yes.
Robin, I'm a yes. Let me go back up to Ren,
Yes.
Fred,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Lee,
Affirmative.
thank you, Lee. Paige is not here, so she's excused. Tess,
We have a public comment apparently.
We should have public comment. I'm confused. Catherine, shouldn't we have public comment on all these?
Yeah, do we have, we do have a hand up.
Yeah, we have a few hands raised.
Well, one of them is Tess.
All right. Jonathan? Hi, Jonathan.
Did Arthur deduct the previous neighborhood purpose grants? Remember that in the last meeting, he said that they weren't deducted. I can't see the spreadsheet.
I believe they are.
Arthur, did you deduct The
Yes.
previous MPGs?
The previous approved NPGs are in the budget at their
Okay.
full amount.
Thanks.
Okay.
Other public comment? I don't see any. Okay, we'll move forward.
Okay, Tess, you said yes.
I will say yes now.
Okay, Kevin,
Yes.
Sean? Sean,
Yes, apologies, I thought I was off mute.
that's okay. Colby?
Yes.
And Jake is ineligible. Let me just mark the excused people, just one sec. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 yeses. And no no's and 1 ineligible. Motion carries. All right, let's go to the MPGs.
Okay.
So, motion D. Now, here, Colby, I think we should sort of bring awareness to the board and to the public what the 4 MPGs are and what they're asking for. And maybe we could have a brief discussion about each of the MPGs. And then we will go through and vote on each motion so that you have a better understanding rather than going through them one at a time.
Good idea.
May I recommend, even though it's only $50, that we start with the website funding as a
warm up?
Well, I think we are
I
going
guess.
to go through the MPGs and we will include yours, the $50, not yours, but the domain ownership. It will be included, but I think it's probably a good idea for everyone to have a clear understanding what all of these MPGs, you know, Colby reached
and
out
funding. To be
and
clear, the
funding.
domain is
I
not
think
an
that's a different question. She
MPG.
just wants to knock out this quick little $50 one. Is that what you
Okay,
think,
Colby,
Catherine?
that's your call, whatever you want to
Yeah,
do.
okay. Yeah, okay, let's just knock it out real quick. Motion
Okay,
H.
so motion H to approve up to
for
$50.
domain ownership transfer and recurring annual registration of votetulipelake.org to the GTLNC owned domain registration account. We have a first on this one.
Yes.
Was that Tess?
Thank you, Tess.
And anyone else?
Catherine will second.
Catherine,
thank you.
discussion on this matter from the board. I think it's self-explanatory.
I'd just like to give a quick history. We, a couple years ago, Kelly, who was the chair of the Outreach and Elections Committee, registered that domain, but it's on her personal account because that was the easiest way to do it at the time. We'd like to transfer the ownership to a GTLNC owned account. We would likely stick with the same provider, which currently the domain registration is with GoDaddy. So we just use them. My understanding is the transfer initially wouldn't cost money, but at the time of renewal would cost, right now it looks like under $25, but that might shift a little bit by the time it gets to the renewal period, which is why this is a little bit higher than what I expect it to actually cost us.
Thanks, Catherine. Any discussion, comments from the public? Let's move to vote. You want to read it, Robin? You're muted.
Sorry. The typing, I just don't want you to have to listen to the typing. Motion H to approve up to $50 for domain ownership transfer and reoccurring annual registration of votetolukalake.org with a GTLNC owned domain registration account. Catherine?
Yes.
Vote yes. Arthur?
Yes.
Robin, I'm a yes. Ren?
Yes.
Fred?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Lee? Lee?
I don't see him.
Affirmative.
Oh, there. I'm sorry. There you are.
Thank you, Lee. Paige is gone. Tess?
Yes.
All right. Whoops. Hold on. Kevin?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
And Jake is ineligible because it's funding.
I'm yes on this one.
And Colby. Sorry, I always forget to go back up to you. Sorry, Colby. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 01. Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, Robin. Thanks, Catherine.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you for handling
Okay,
that.
so back to NPGs. We have 4 NPGs tonight, which is, I'm so glad the community responded. We all reached out, and it's wonderful having the response, and it's very exciting. The first one here I see is American Cancer Society. This is the thrift resale center, retail shop in the heart of Toluca Lake. And they have a ripped and torn faded blue awning.
Colby,
Right in the heart.
I need to recuse myself because I volunteer there. So
Yeah.
I'm going to turn off I'm going to mute and.
Robin,
Yeah,
do you need me to
uh,
take minutes while you're recused?
Sure.
Thank you.
They would like to have a new awning installed, which would the total for the awning is $16,959.21. We're voting to obviously not do that full amount, but to contribute up to $5,000 for the creation and installment of that awning. That awning would also have GTLNC branding on the corner, like a swan logo, and it would bring more attention to our bulletin board, which is nearby. And it would be great to have some kind of permanent branding like that right in the heart of Toluca Lake. I saw a hand raised, but Kevin, quick comment. This is just me just going through briefly on every NPG.
I just want to say I'm more excited about this initiative than anything we've talked about tonight. That awning is so tattered looking, it would make the street look so much better. So this is so exciting.
Yeah, it is, and to have a piece of our branding up there for everyone to see, and they might look up, say, what is it? What is Toluca Lake Neighborhood Council? What is that? And they might, Google it and come to our meetings, which I love.
I would recommend we do a quick review of all of them before we start discussing the merits of any.
Well, that's what I'm doing, right? I'm moving on to now. It seems like elementary school PTA. This is to do a. I'm sorry. There's 2 school ones here. I'm just making sure I get the right one. This is, I think this is the $3,000 for. Oh, shoot, where is this? I'm sorry. Oh yes, to do a mural at the it looks like elementary, and it would be done by Warner Brothers. Scenic painting on site to beautify the campus. $3,000. Looks like elementary has been very helpful in the past in letting us host our meetings, and they're a great asset to our community for our children and this neighborhood council. Next up, we have Toluca Lake Garden Club, and they're asking for $1,000 for plant materials and other plant related, dirt and soil and things like that, to do some planting at the school at if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, there's so many at the Toluca Lake Elementary also, and they've included photographs of their proposed planting site around the sign for the elementary school, and Leslie Gores will speak about that in a little bit. And the 4th one is Rio Vista Elementary. It's for they're requesting $4,394.02 to install picnic benches for the use of the students at Rio Vista. And that's a quick summary. So moving up, the top one we have is motion D. Robin, do you want to read it?
So Robin's recused right now. Oh wait, Robin came back.
Yeah, I'm here. I have to recuse myself from any conversation for Toluca Lake Elementary because the Garden Club, which I'm also part of, is so the only one I can vote on is Rio Vista. So
that I think is the first one up.
Okay, so let me read motion D to approve up to $43,9402 to fund 7 new picnic tables for Rio Vista Elementary School. Do I have a first?
Colby.
Thank
you. I see Lee. See Lee first.
Okay, and Colby, you'll be second?
Sure.
Okay, discussion on Rio Vista.
So I want to clarify, the NPG application sort of seems to contradict itself. In one place it says 7, picnic benches, but then the quote says 4. If I'm reading this correctly, it's
Yeah, it's
for $1,000-ish picnic tables and then plus tax. Is that
Let's see
right?
If someone from Rio Vista in the public would like to raise your hand and just basically pitch us the project. Tammy, are you here? Or anyone else from Rio Vista? If you are, please raise your hand. I don't see any hands raised. You know, what I'd like to do is, I guess, no pun intended, but we'll table this.
Well, thank you for pointing that out, Catherine. And I see a bid that's been provided, although it's not signed, it's an estimate. And my thinking is, I don't know if there's guidance from the neighborhood, the city clerk's office on this. When we're approving something in a high dollar amount like this, shouldn't we get more than one estimate? I think that would be prudent, as well as with the awning for the American Cancer Society. That's an over $16,000 item. I think more than one estimate would be a prudent thing to do.
Thanks, Tess. I was hoping to have a representative from Rio Vista. I see Jonathan Gregory. Jonathan.
Hi, thank you. As always, I'll try to be really quick. There's something I would like to talk about with neighborhood purpose grants. It's hard for me to remember that word. I'm disappointed. I think Colby did a really good job. I think as board members, you've done a good job to reach out to the community. That was part of the progress I saw us make together as a community with the neighborhood council. I don't think the community did a really good job. I think it shows that, people are apathetic, it's disenfranchised, but we really have filthy streets. And I kind of used to be against the idea of privatized picking up trash, but I've changed too over the course of the last year. And I'm seeing that we need to do more with this kind of money. We need more 501c3 corporations that can do things that affect the quality of life for the neighborhood council, for the stakeholders. So I hope that by next year, we're in that position. In the meantime, we've got these schools to give out money. And I just wanted to call to your attention this, because I went online and did some research. In June of 2021, so just a few months ago, the Los Angeles editorial board wrote, between bountiful federal rescue money and a bulging state budget, Los Angeles Unified School District is awash in billions of new dollars. So I looked up just what does that mean? COVID 1, 2, and 3 brought in $4.5 billion into LA Unified. That meant every student $11,000, in addition to an additional $8,000 per student. So what I'm driving at, of all years, the schools throughout Los Angeles have more money than they actually even know what to do with it all, because of the economics of what's happened. What I would like to point out on all of these schools also, this Rio Vista one, I have a problem with. It's a lot of money. It looks like plastic picnic tables. I thought it was cement for that kind of money. It's a lot of money. If you want half anything, I would say that one. There's a problem when we get to some of the others in the paperwork, and I'll point it out when we get there. But I really wanted to kind of point out to the board that this year schools are awash with money. I hope we can do more for stakeholders next year. Thanks.
Thanks, Jonathan.
May I comment, Colby?
Of course.
So I'm glad that we had an opportunity to do more outreach, and I agree that there's a lot of apathy out there. I made a number of calls personally and wasn't able to find a qualifying entity to step forward and make an application, which is unfortunate. I called Jim Fitzpatrick. I talked to the YMCA. I spoke to a number of people. So, but I think we can do more as a board to find to find, I think there are better applications for this money as well. I would agree with that. And that we look at how much money the schools are getting. So if we're to be responsible stewards of this money, we want to get good value. I'm rather astonished to see that this amount of money is not going to get us cement picnic tables, but plastic ones.
They are actually, I just looked up what they are. They're plastisol coated steel mesh outdoor picnic tables. So you know when you see those picnic tables that feel kind of plasticky, but it's a coating on top of steel.
I've seen that. Yeah, it's
Well,
durable.
yeah, I mean, we're going to need to get clarification on whether this is 4 picnic tables or 7. But yeah, I
mean, the quote clearly says 4.
So here's the thing. I work, we all work really hard to get these. We brought in a total of 6 MPG applications, and we funded 2, or we approved 2. We're running out of time, and we've collected these for this meeting. I'm not saying just do it because it's here, but it's taken a lot of effort just to get these done. And
well, I can't come up with any.
All year I've been asking people to bring me your MPGs, almost every single meeting from last August, and this is the best I could do.
But nobody's criticizing
paperwork and all that stuff. But I just want you to know that we're running out of time. I'm not saying to spend money because it's here, but if it'll get, I believe Arthur can add more light into this question.
No,
but
this isn't a criticism, Colby, and you've certainly done that. But we can do more outreach, and I've certainly done quite a lot personally. And I'm disappointed in the community for not coming forward. So at least the people that I've reached out to. So be that as it may, we want to be as responsible with these public funds as possible. Thank you.
I do too, but I also want
Can
to
I
know
just
that
say
a lot of
that-
the money will get swept back into the city.
We had a deadline. We've requested through our newsletter, through Colby, through meetings for months about getting MPGs submitted. And we're so lucky to have these 4 actually submitted tonight. And the fact that we actually have a possibility to spend some of the money that will get swept back to the city if we don't spend it. So we are really running out of time, and we seriously need to look at these MPGs. And they're all wonderful MPGs. They may not be the amount that you feel is appropriate, but that's up for discussion. But the community did reach back and did apply for these MPGs. So I think we should give them at least a listen. And I know there are a few of them, the people that will speak about the MPGs other than Rio Vista are on the call tonight.
Robin, I did not object. So
I know.
No, you're right. It's just, and they are imperfect. And sometimes I help people fill them out, and I don't really know. I'm not an expert in NPGs either, and sometimes there's just information that isn't there, even though it's a probably qualified NPG. What I was going to say is, it's getting late, but it's. Why don't we take?
Okay, so Colby,
Leslie Gore, I see one. Yes,
you
Robin.
suggested that we postpone the Rio Vista.
What I was going to say is we can vote, and Catherine, we talked about this, I think, at exec. Even though we vote and might approve a vote for an MPG amount, that doesn't mean it's funded. Catherine, you can chime in here. Remember, we talked about this at the meeting, and we can get the ball rolling on some. And if the NPG is imperfect or gets kicked back from the city, then it doesn't get funded. Catherine,
Yes and no. So the way that all of our NPGs, all of these funding motions are written is approve up to X dollars, which allows us to then go back and reduce it some amount. If we need to, for instance, if we realize that, our social media management costs are going to be higher than anticipated, or our website costs are going to be higher than anticipated, and we don't actually have that much funding. I will note something that I wasn't aware of, but the NPGs that were previously passed haven't actually been submitted to the city yet. They have been held until sort of the end of the fiscal year, so that in the event we need to adjust those numbers down, we could do that. So the PALs and the YMCA, neither of those have actually been submitted to the city yet.
And we don't want to revisit those. We're very happy with those amounts, and we're very happy with those organizations. What I'm saying is, if we vote on an MPG tonight, or 2 or 3, it's not necessarily set in stone for a couple of reasons. Number one is what Catherine said, we're voting to approve up to that amount. And number two, maybe if there is something technically wrong with the MPG, we're not obligated, to follow through with the MPG. I think our problem now is we're facing a deadline. This is the best that under the circumstances we were under. These are the best we could do with reaching out to the community. I didn't know how else to spend this money in an effective manner that benefits the community. This is the best we came up with. So it's not perfect, but I would love to go through them and at least get familiar with them in detail. And there's people who have been representatives from the organizations that have been waiting, I think, on this call for a couple hours, and I'd love to give them an opportunity to speak.
So Colby, how do you want to do this? You want to vote on the Rio Vista?
Well, I don't, no one from Rio Vista is here. I called out and I don't see a representative from Rio Vista. So it's not, I'd rather not do Rio Vista tonight. I really want someone from an organization to be here as we vote on something.
Okay, so we're going to postpone this vote.
Yes, I want to postpone Rio Vista.
Colby, I agree with you, and I think the bid should be accurately, it should be resubmitted. Because,
Okay.
We're putting our name on this, and if the figures on the NPG don't correspond or correlate, then we look like we're not doing our jobs.
Right,
So,
and I like it to be signed. I like the bid to be signed. Okay, so I see Leslie Gores. I just see her name standing out here. I know
Okay,
she's
I'm
from the Garden Club.
recusing myself again, so Catherine.
Recuse,
All
I know you're
right, thank
from
you.
the Garden Club.
10:10, Catherine's taking over as
You're taking-
secretary,
Okay, great. And let's
not as chair.
let's discuss. Let me see what motion this is. This is $1,000 motion G.
Robin, you need to
approve-
turn your camera off.
Oh yeah, there she is. This is going to be motion G to approve up to $1,000 for Tulip Lake Garden Club to fund planting material for Tulip Lake Elementary School. Do I have a first? No first?
First.
Kevin?
Catherine will second.
I saw, Kevin, did you say something?
Yeah, I said
Kevin
first.
first,
Okay, I
Catherine
didn't,
second.
great, I didn't hear that. Great, we have both. Let's open discussion on this. Leslie, I see your name. Leslie, can you come on and talk about this application?
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Hi, Leslie. Thank you so much for your patience. This is the longest meeting of the year. Thank you.
my pleasure. I'm up way past my bedtime now.
Mine too.
Yes, I just wanted to say, Toluca Lake Garden Club, our mission statement is to beautify Toluca Lake. This year, we've partnered with Toluca Lake Elementary School, and the Garden Club, along with some chamber members, in past months, we have worked together and cleaned up their garden that they have in their back playground area, which was very, very neglected over years. In the past, we did, Garden Club did donate a beautiful bench in there, but it was neglected. We got to work, we cleaned it up, and now we'd like to work on the front of the school on Cahuenga. If any of you have been on the school campus, I don't know where the money is for funding schools, but it certainly is not happening at our neighborhood school. The playground is, I think, an embarrassment and a shame. It is completely neglected, as well as the front of the school that many, many cars all day long pass by. And it's a representative of our village. It's our elementary school. I think it would benefit all of the homeowners in the area to have a lovely school in the neighborhood. Garden Club is willing to do the work to put in the plants, but we would need your help with funding it. And we are asking for $1,000 to purchase plants, soil, to beautify that area, plant around their marquee that's in the front, and just make the school look as it should, as beautiful in our neighborhood. And that's what we would like to do.
Thanks, Leslie.
Thank
I'd like
you.
to open this up for discussion. I see, before we go to the public, let's go to the board first, and then I see Jonathan, but we'll, any board comments or questions for Leslie Gores from the Garden Club? I don't see any. Okay. I see Jonathan from, oh, sorry, I'm sorry, Tess.
Yeah, so Leslie, thank you for bringing this forward. I support this. I have a question. How many NPGs, if any, has the Garden Club received recently?
We were granted $1,000 from National Garden Clubs. And we used that just recently, and we just recently had a big planting in the front of the school of greenery. We spent that $1,000 on 40-something boxwood plants and some lantana. And we raked and cleaned and bagged debris and trash and did the greenery. We'd like to be able to add some color this time, and it does take quite a bit of soil as well.
No, I'm all in favor of this. And in case my question was unclear, have you received any funding from our neighborhood council recently? No. I don't see any in the list of the last couple of years. There's just one.
No, we have not.
Okay, I'm in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tess. I see Catherine.
Thank you. I like this idea. You mentioned though that you cleaned up the garden in the back previously, and it ended up not being well maintained. And so I'm wondering if you all
that's
plan.
not correct. No, that's
Sorry.
not correct. So what we did do previously is Garden Club purchased a bench that was placed in their garden. The garden, they have raised gardening beds that were not maintained while I was not president. I am the current president of the Garden Club, and I have taken it upon myself, along with other members in our club, and we have been working to maintain and beautify. We are in the near future planning on planting a pumpkin patch for the kids. So by fall, they will have pumpkins growing in their garden. It's just something that I felt was very important.
Okay, but my question isn't really about the back. It's more about, this $1,000 would go toward purchasing new plantings in the front, and I just want to make sure that those will be maintained and it won't be something that will.
Yes, there are
simply not.
sprinklers. Yes, we have made we made sure that sprinklers are up and running and working. What we have planted is being watered. Nothing was planted. So in years past, nothing was being done. So whatever is there is it needs something. So just to fill in and beautify, and that has not been done. Garden Club.
Okay. I just want to make sure that this funding, which says it will provide funding for plants,
yes,
those plants will then be maintained. We're not just throwing money at a plant that will die in a year.
Well, they should not. And where they're purchasing plants, I believe that if something dies, you can replace them. If you've done that before, if you're a gardener, as I am.
Well, yes, I'm just saying if we buy a bunch of stuff that should last for years, and
yes,
they're not
it should.
cared for.
Yes, that's what we're choosing. We're not choosing plants that are just there for the springtime. We're choosing things that are there for years to come.
Okay, I don't think my question is being understood.
It is.
Are you saying like between perennials or between, I don't know much about plants, the ones that die every year to replace?
I'm just being clear. We're buying things like, where you mentioned boxwoods as an example. Those last for decades if you care for them. And since there was a concern that the garden in the back hadn't been maintained, I just want to make sure that if we're going to buy stuff that's supposed to last a long time, we also have a plan for maintaining it, and we're not just spending $1,000 on something that will die when it doesn't need to.
That is correct. We are planting in areas that have sprinklers. There is I don't know if they're on this call, there is a lovely couple, husband and wife, who are parents at the school, who have a son attending, and they are the beautification people of the school. And Garden Club has been working with them in coordination with their PTA and families from the elementary school. And everyone is very enthusiastic and wants the school to look beautiful. So I do understand your question, and I hope that I'm answering it, that we are purchasing plants that are there for many, many years, and they are going to be watered.
Thank you.
And that's the
That
front
was
of the
my
school.
question.
That's the front of
And
the
John
school.
had a quick question, but maybe you retracted.
No,
it.
it'll be brief. I just was wondering, with respect to the plants and worrying about watering, have we considered the idea of putting drought tolerant plants at all?
Absolutely. I mean, we're open to making the best choices. We have not chosen what will be purchased next, but definitely that should be what we plant.
Okay, if that concludes our board member questions and comments, I'll go to the public. Jonathan?
Mrs. Gores, I think that the work you're doing is great. This is one of my favorite types of projects that I hear people get involved with. Schools are really important. When I say they're awash in money, I didn't invent the concept, and it doesn't surprise me that people will see depravity. I've been in schools for quite a few years, and I saw, despite money flowing around, there's depravity everywhere depending on what district in LA you go. But I love the idea that you're doing this sort of thing. I hope that you'll consider the whole of Toluca Lake for these kind of projects. I know it's easier to do things close to home and where your kids go and where you know people, but in the greater part of Toluca Lake, these kind of projects really are the type of things that make a difference. So I thank you very much for doing stuff like this, because it's also a modest amount of money that you're asking for, that to me is commensurate with what you intend to get done. Plants aren't cheap, neither is the fertilizer or the protection. Sometimes you have to put in little fencing to keep the kids off it till it gets established. So everything I see about this is great. What I did want to point out, though, to prevent there from being a delay, Colby, if you look at the NPG application, because Robin's not here, on the form, they made a mistake. They checked the box saying no, and then they wrote Robin and someone else's name. I recommend you either check the other box or cross out Robin and the other person's name, because what they've done is they've contradicted. Okay, so that needs to be fixed, or it's probably going to get hung up. Okay.
Great. Okay.
Thank you again, Mrs. Gore. I think it's great work.
Thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate your comments.
Thanks, Jonathan. We'll correct that. Zoe Alexander. And Zoe.
Hi, good evening.
You're part of the other application.
Yes, I am. Thank you so much for letting me join tonight. Thank you for all that you do and for the opportunity to request some grant funding.
Well, actually, we're not on your. If you want to comment on the Garden Club's application.
I did, yes. My husband is Sam Alexander, and he does beautification, and I do the grant writing. So we've formed a partnership with the Toluca Lake Garden Club. They did come and help us clean up the garden last year when we opened school after COVID. The school had been closed for about 1.5 years. So our back garden was in a state of massive disarray with tons of debris. It needed a huge clean out that no one was able to tend to. So the Garden Club ladies came on campus on a Saturday. We didn't have any parents or children on campus at that time because restrictions were pretty heavy. So just wanted to clarify that the garden was not tended to because of COVID and the school was shut down. as well with regards to selecting the plants. My husband has done so with the plant operations manager of the school, Juan Castellanos Jr., and also getting approval from Mr. Daniel, our principal. LAUSD is very stringent about which plants can be planted on site. Soil testing is a huge issue. Everything goes through a very rigorous approval process. So we've been very careful to select plants from a tome of thousands of plants that need to be approved. And the boxwoods and the lantana were LAUSD approved plants. As well, we have secured maintenance for them and ensured that they are in the path of current sprinklers and that they are not requiring any additional care or maintenance by the plant and operations staff because they are quite busy just tending to the campus as it is. Thank you. Just wanted to hopefully clarify that for you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doug. I don't see any other hands raised, so I think we should bring this to a vote. So we'll say motion G, to approve up to $1,000 for Toluca Lake Garden Club to fund planting material for Toluca Lake Elementary School. Catherine?
Yes.
Oh, am I reading out the names?
Or I can do
Of
it,
everyone?
or I'll just do it. I'm doing it. You approve?
Yes.
Okay, yes, great. Arthur?
Yes.
Great. Arthur. Robin can't, she's recused. Ren, are you here?
Yes. Yes and yes.
Great. And Fred?
Yes.
Thank you. Matt Kamen?
Yes.
You're muted, Matt.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Lee?
Purpose, yes.
Perfect. Pages left. Tess?
Yes.
Tess, I didn't hear you.
I said, yes, I'm not muted, am I?
I think
No, you're good.
you're good. Okay, I'm off then. Kevin?
Yes.
Okay, and Sean?
Yes.
And actually, Jake can't vote on financial matters. And I'm a yes,
Colby,
so.
how do you vote?
What's that?
Colby,
I'm
how
sorry?
do you vote? Your vote?
Yeah, I said yes. I'm yes.
Okay.
So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 yeses. And no nos. And so it's a 10-0.
No abstentions either, because
Yeah.
Robin is recused.
Yeah, so it passes.
And-
Congratulations, Leslie.
All right.
Well, thank you so much. Oh, hold on. Oh no, my internet's unstable. You still hear me?
Yes. Can you hear us?
Yes,
Colby?
I hear you. You hear me?
Okay, yeah, we
Okay,
can hear
it
you.
went off for a second. Okay, congratulations, Leslie. You hear me? Okay, I think I'm fading away.
Leslie no longer has the permission to speak right now.
Oh, okay.
That's why she's not responding.
All right, Leslie, it passes. Congratulations. Sorry, I didn't push unmute.
I
you.
thank you very much. I'm so excited and cannot wait to get to work.
Very good. Thank you so much. Let's
Thank you.
move along. It's getting late.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Leslie. Okay, good job. Let's actually, since we're talking about Toluca Lake Elementary, and we might as well talk about the other project, NPG possible project at Toluca Lake Elementary. Zoe, well, let me bring this up first. We'll keep Robin. Can Robin come back or not? I forgot.
Robin can't come back because she said the rest of these are all related to something she is involved in.
Okay, then let's go to motion F because I think Zoe's right. She's fresh and talking about Toluca Lake Elementary. Motion F to approve up to $3,000 to fund a mural to gain visibility and community awareness for Toluca Lake Elementary School /PTA. Do I have a first on this?
First, Tess.
Eileen, great. And a second, please.
Ran.
Sean, I heard Sean. Okay, we open this up for discussion. So let's please discuss. This is Zoe, I'll bring you on and discuss your mural. How are you?
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we hear you.
Hi, thank you again for your time, the opportunity to request these funds. I'm opening here with a picture of our garden, which is just a lovely way to capture our school, which I quoted our first grade
We
teacher.
cannot see that.
Oh,
Oh yeah, let's see if you can screen share. You know how to screen share?
oh, yes, sorry.
Okay, let
You
me,
would need to promote her to participant in order for her to screen share.
yes.
One moment.
Let's see.
I'm doing it, Colby.
Thank you.
Okay, so now Zoe, you should be able to share your screen.
Hi, how are we doing?
We can hear you.
Fantastic. Can you see it?
Don't see it yet.
No.
You can't see it yet?
No, I don't see it yet.
Ah. Let's see. Well, I pressed the button to be presenter mode. And you can't see the presentation?
No, I don't. Kathy, you're more versed in this than I am. Do you think?
Yeah, so what you need to do is you need to share your screen inside of Zoom first before you hit presentation mode in PowerPoint or Keynote or whatever you're using.
Yeah, I've got the share screen mode up. And I've got all of my buttons selected.
Inside of Zoom?
Yes, under settings, I'm under share screen.
Okay, so if you just go to the Zoom, like where you see the gallery of all of us talking, at the bottom, there should be a green button that says share screen. And you're gonna wanna click on that and then select which, there we go. We can see a screen.
Oh,
woo! Beautiful ocean view.
Great. Great. Thank you. And sorry for the delay. I just wanted to open with this picture of our garden that you can now all see, thankfully.
This is just the background of your desktop, I think.
Ocean in the Hawaii.
Really?
I was gonna say that's a great garden.
It's beautiful. I didn't know we had that in Toluca Lake.
Okay, it says I'm screen sharing, but you're still not seeing it, huh?
Are you sharing just your desktop or are you sharing the actual program?
Shoot. Well, you know, as a backup, Colby, I did send you a PDF of my deck because I foresaw.
I don't know how I could.
If you maybe just exit the presentation mode, maybe
Okay.
that'll help.
Exit the Zoom presentation mode or the.
No, the PowerPoint presentation mode.
Okay.
We can see that you have PowerPoint open.
Right. Okay. So let me try this again. I'm going to try and open it one more time.
There's another picture of an island.
I have I have two screens that I use. Maybe that's the problem and it's not allowing me to toggle.
Can you drag your image to the other screen?
I'm trying. Ah!
Technical difficulties happen. Well,
You can't see it now, huh?
Colby, do you have a copy of this that you can flip through for her?
Yes, I have. She sent me an email earlier today with the elephants and the presentation.
Yeah.
Should I
the
email it?
PDF.
I guess I could email it to everyone right now, and everyone could open
Colby,
it up on their device.
why don't you email it to me and I'll put up the share screen.
Oh, that's a good idea. Okay.
Okay.
And I had timed my presentation originally to be 4 minutes, so I apologize. I'm now running
We're-
long.
We're not questioning you.
But
Don't worry.
it pretty much, I was just going to go through each slide really quickly, and hopefully it's self-explanatory. But I thought the visuals would really support the need, so that was my reason for putting it together.
All right, Catherine,
Yeah.
I took a big file. I had to use mail drop, so I have to do what you need to do.
You had to use what?
I sent it to you, but it's a large file, and it told me to use mail drop. Anyway,
I
so open
don't
up your email.
have
I sent it to you a minute ago.
any idea what that is.
It's Apple. It's an Apple kind of.
Yep, that's not going to work. I am full PC. Okay, why don't we just go ahead and do this without visuals?
Sure.
Paint us a picture, Zoe.
Wonderful. I will do. Just really quickly, I was doing a fundraiser for the school at the Toluca Lake Holiday Open House in December. And we had several families pass by. We were doing a fundraiser for our music program, and several families who claim that they live around the corner from the school said they didn't even know the school was there. And I was just kind of flabbergasted by this all afternoon. But then if you drive by the school and you blink, you will miss us. We're an incredible school. We're consistently high ranked. We're an LAUSD campus, but we have a wonderful small feel to us as well. There's so many excellent things about the school, but because we are an LAUSD school, you know, we get the mow and blow, and we get, you know, sort of the nominal frills for the campus. So we just wanted to address this and sort of enhance the school's brand and image within the neighborhood, as well as making it stand out. Because traffic on Cahuenga is so fast, morning drop off can be a blur. People don't really see our sign. The signage and the lettering is pretty poor. If you drive by on Cahuenga, you'll see the entrance to the front office is even off Cahuenga itself and is not marked. Those issues we are addressing actively with Principal Daniel, as well with LAUSD, to amend, as well as the safety issues. We're out to Paul Krikorian's office as well about that. They've been really great. But the issue remains that we need curb appeal. We need some love for the campus. And so we thought we have this blank wall on Cahuenga that is right near our kinder entrance, and it is just ripe for a mural. And we wanted to do something simple, something straightforward that you drive by and you just know it's a school, and it's a school that's an academic school of excellence. So I was proposing to do some collegiate writing, something very simple: Toluca Lake Elementary, home of the Tigers. And I got a bid. I work for Warner Brothers. I'm in branding and strategy. And I happen to know the guys in the sign shop, and they gave me a very generous bid of $3,000 to do the lettering on the blank wall. I did shop around, and trust me, this is a very generous, competitive bid. As well, it ensures that we have professional industry craftsmen doing this mural. They will properly treat the wall. They will ensure that it has polish and panache and will resist wear and tear for years to come. I would also like to, if we are awarded the grant, to signify our generosity and gratefulness to you, and put an acknowledgement that you guys provided the funds for the grant somewhere on the space of the wall, pending the ultimate design that we end up with, somewhere perhaps in the right corner, thanking you for the grant, and also perhaps putting your logo there, again, pending design. And we just think it's a win-win. You know, the neighborhood community gets awareness of the campus. We enhance our presence in the neighborhood, and we ensure that the future is bright and that the neighborhood value is strong. So with that, I just want to thank you again on behalf of the PTA for the opportunity to request these funds. And again, for all the work that you do for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe. I'm just going to hold this up. Maybe this is so low tech, it's embarrassing, but this is what she sent me just this evening. I guess it doesn't really help, but that's the wall upon which, I mean, Zoe, you can go ahead and talk.
Oh, yeah, that's the entryway on the right-hand side. That's the entryway to the school. You can see our very dated.
Would it help if I did a share screen of like the Google Map Street View to sort of identify
Yeah.
where it is?
Sure.
So coming
Yeah,
up
that would
to
be great.
Toluca Lake,
Yeah.
this is coming from the south. Should I keep going north?
That's the wall straight in front of you,
Like
right
this wall?
there. That's
Oh,
it. That's the
right
wall.
here, guys.
Yep, right there. To the right is our kinder entrance with the shrubs, and to the left is our main entrance. And all the way down the road, you can't even see the entrance to the school, as you see. And if you're driving by, as people do at 60 miles an hour, that's another story. We just have no visibility, and it with the safety issues and the presence of the school being as wonderful as it is, we do want to draw attention to it and love it with some signage.
Sure, sure. And would there be any way to, is there a coating that can be put on this to deflect the graffiti? And
I'm sorry, to deflect what?
Graffiti or some kind of, I worry someone would deface it.
That is a great question. And I am in talks with Paul Krikorian's office about that. They directed me to another company that works with graffiti removal as well. And I'm also going to speak to the artisans at Warner Brothers Sign Shop and ask them if we can work something out in terms of putting aside some costs for graffiti removal. I would have to verify with with Principal Daniel. To my recollection, they haven't had any incidences of graffiti, but certainly that is something to address. And I do have some side funds put aside myself that I could work out to ensure that we can get removal handled in the future.
Okay, I used to be worried it would be a target. It's such a, here's an example of the work that you sent me this evening, and I assume it's, it's high quality, and it'd be such a shame if someone defaced it. Tess Taylor has her hand raised. Hi, Tess.
Yeah, question. Thank you for being here tonight, Zoe. Where do you work? Are you in film or music at Warner Brothers? Just curious.
Yeah, I'm in the theatrical side. Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah.
I have a question. Is this technically a 501c3 NPG or a public school NPG? Because the entity on your application is the Toluca Lake Elementary PTA.
Yes, the PTA would fund the mural, and we are a 501c.
Okay, so it's a 501c3 as opposed to public school. All right, so we got a lot of documents in preparation for this meeting today, and I don't know if I've missed it, but do we have a IRS letter of determination for this entity? Because I don't see it in the materials that I was provided.
I provided that when I sent in my application, and I'd be happy to send it to anybody as a follow-up.
Okay, I could be wrong, but I don't see it in the many documents that we received for this today.
Yes, it was. I believe it's called the California Congress of Parents and Teachers Incorporated. Is that?
Yeah.
So is that the PTA name?
Yes, and if you do need something additionally,
it's a very blank letter. It was in there. It's in there. You should have received it.
What is the name of the document in our documents for tonight, Colby? Can you tell me?
I don't remember. It was in the packet. I printed everything up. I don't know.
All right. Well, if that's the case, then never mind. So we received
labeled IRS underscore
PTA. Didn't have the exact name. But that this document's been on the side here, and now I'm putting everything together.
Well,
it's IRS underscore PTA.
Okay.
Thanks, Catherine.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. That's from the Franchise Tax Board. So if I'm looking at what you're looking at.
That's right.
Not from the IRS.
Okay, no. I'm happy to secure something different if you need it. That was in the PTA files. I apologize if that's not the specific document that you need, and I can certainly get it.
That would be great. Thank you, Zoe.
Of course, thank you.
Any questions from the board? Any more comments or questions? If not, we'll go to attendees from the public. All right, attendees from the public, stakeholders, please raise your hand if you have a question for Zoe and about the mural. No, nothing? Okay, then without any further discussion, we'll bring this to the vote. Where are we? Motion F to approve up to $3,000 to fund a mural to gain visibility and community awareness for Toluca Lake Elementary School / PTA. Catherine?
Sorry, 1 second. I'm just prepping for notes. Yes.
Yes, okay. Arthur?
Yes.
Thank you. Robin is, can't vote on this. Ren?
Yes.
Thank you, Ren. Fred?
Yes.
Very good. Matt?
Yes.
Thank you. Lee?
Affirmative.
Jess?
Yes.
I heard a yes. Kevin?
Yes.
I think I heard a yes.
Yes.
Thank you. It's getting late on my ears. Sean?
Yes.
I think I heard a yes. When you take off the mute, wait a beat because sometimes there's a delay. And
Colby.
then I'm a yes. Jake doesn't vote on financial matters. So 1, 2, 3.
Colby,
4,
what's
5.
your vote?
Yes, I gave it. Yeah, I'm a yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeses, 10, 0, 0.
10-0-0.
Motion passes. Congratulations, Zoe. I look forward to seeing that mural.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know it's a lot of paperwork to fill out.
No problem. Thank you, guys.
Great. Let's talk about poor Robin. She's not talking anything. This is the let me read this motion. This is to approve up to $5,000 to partially fund a new awning for Discovery Shop Toluca Lake with GTLNC logo branding. We'll have a first on this motion.
Matt, I'll first it.
Thanks, Matt. Anyone else for a second?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't. Tess?
I second it. Yes.
All right, let's open this up for discussion, board discussion, and then we'll go to public stakeholders. Okay, I see Fred Berry. Hi, Fred.
Yeah, silly question, but is this a charity or private for-profit business?
No, it's not a charity. It's a 501(c)(3).
Okay,
And
thank you.
should have an IRS determination letter in the packet, and triple check and make sure it's here. Yes.
So it is a nonprofit, to be clear.
Yeah,
This is not a for-profit company.
They have an IRS determination letter.
Okay, thank you, Catherine.
Okay, any other questions? Oh, let me see if there's anyone. Is Michelle here? Michelle, if you're here, please raise your hand. Michelle from American Cancer Society. I see a different Michelle, I believe. Michelle Galvez. If you're here, please raise your hand. I'd love to hear from you right now. Michelle Harrison, you. Hi, Michelle. Please unmute.
Looks like she's muted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, hi, Michelle. Is this the same Michelle from American Cancer Society?
Yes, hi.
Okay, to recognize your last name. Thank you for waiting.
Sorry, it's my new married name.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Please tell us a little bit about your NPG request.
Okay, so obviously, I think everyone has seen that we need a new awning. And we are a charity, so that's something that, I've been asking for a very long time. Just like getting a new paint job in the shop. I asked for it for like 10 years. It's something very hard to get because we are a charity. That's not our priority to get a new awning or to get the shop remodeled. Our priority is to help people with cancer research. So with the NPG, that would definitely help us with pay for, a majority, not a majority, because it would be about $16,000 for a new awning. And the American Cancer Society is willing to pay the other portion. But I feel like the awning would also help help the community with, I'm sorry, hold on one second. My dogs are coming at me. Okay. We could also put the logo on there, and the community board is next to the shop.
You mean our neighborhood council logo? Yeah.
Yeah, correct. We would put the GTLNC logo on there, and the community board is next to the shop, so that would help bring more attention to that. As well as I feel like the shop does impact the community with, customers mention that they have had someone in their family or themselves who have had cancer, and they are grateful for what we do and to support research for a cure. And the Toluca Lake neighborhood is very much a community that likes it's sorry, I'm not very articulate with words. I'm not good at communicating very well when I'm put in front of the public, but Toluca Lake is a great community because whenever anyone needs help, we all come together. And with the American Cancer Society, we all help each other. We're always there for each other. And especially during COVID, a lot of our customers didn't go to malls, didn't go anywhere. All they would go to is Trader Joe's and the Discovery Shop. That was their place to go to. That was their place for their mental health, their only outing. And we helped each other in the community in that sense during COVID. So I feel like awning would definitely help the community. And yeah, I'm sorry for just blabbering.
No, it's late, and you did a wonderful job. Just to add a little bit would be, it's more than just beautification. It is bringing awareness to the Cancer Society, and you actually do provide, your organization provides, lower cost alternatives for clothing and other household goods, and also it benefits the community because it, not only does the money go back to the Cancer Society, but also it people don't have to drive. They don't have to drive to the mall or drive, put cars on the road. They can, as you said, walk from Trader Joe's to your shop, buy a Christmas gift or Hanukkah gift or a birthday gift or something for them, for themselves, without, adding to traffic and adding to carbon footprints and things like that. And
oh, absolutely. And our residents and shoppers are very mindful of charity and of recycling, and Toluca Lake is very much that.
Yeah, it does recycle. It really does. And just, I'm going to stop talking and let other people talk, but, having branding for the GTLNC at such a prominent, visually effective location is something I don't think we've ever really had it on a permanent basis before. And it would bring attention to the bulletin board, which is languishing. And it would be, in a very cost-effective way, permanently, or at least for probably last. I imagine the lining will last 10 or 15 years, or about a decade, I think. And get people to that bulletin board. It would be very nice, and they can make that, a more progressive part of the community. So I'll stop rambling and let other people speak right now. So
yes,
board members, any comments or questions? Hi, Tess.
Hi, Michelle, I'm pretty sure I know you. I come into the American Cancer Shop frequently. I've been a supporter on your subscription list for a period of time, and I love the shop. So thank you for being here. I want to point out a couple of small things in your application. Your email address is incomplete on the first page, and I think that's important so that we know how to reach you. And I want to make sure too, Colby, that we're using the most current NPG forms, because I think there is a more current one, although I don't know that anything critical is missing. I would also point out, Michelle, that if this is approved and our logo is placed, to make sure that you have GTLNC spelled correctly. It's not spelled correctly on the application, just to make sure of that. And I would also ask, since this is a pretty expensive proposition, and I'm not opposed to it fundamentally, have you gotten more than one estimate on this? It's a lot for an audit.
We have. we have had only 2 estimates. And because we are a charity, obviously, we went with the lower estimate. And yes.
And so this is to replace just the fabric or any structure underneath the fabric, you know? Or I should probably look at myself, actually. I should probably look at you. Yeah, the bid, but it's just for the fabric, right? Pretty much.
I'm pretty sure it's just the fabric. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's.
I can get back to you with that. I would have to contact like my finance.
Well, it's all in the bid. We could look at it. And then Tess, you said her email was incomplete on the app. It's Michelle.gal. EZ.org. Is there something else missing?
Oh yes, sorry. It's michelle.galvez@cancer.org.
Okay, we're missing the
I do
cancer.
apologize.
I got it here. Of course, yeah. Okay, we'll correct that. If I don't have any other comments or questions from the board, I'll go to stakeholders. I'll move to stakeholders. Hi, Jonathan.
Quite a few years ago, I noticed that awning was getting kind of schmutzy, so it's overdue for replacement. And I think it's one of those type of neighborhood purpose grants that I think benefits the stakeholders. It's right there in a central place of Toluca Lake. All of that's good. What I would encourage the board to do is take a look, because it's right there. This happens to charities often, resale shops. They lose their lease. That's a lot of money to be putting on a building, and then the next day you find out that the lease is expired. I would, if I was a board member, I'd be asking a little bit about the duration and I mean, you never know what the owner of a building could do, but you want some kind of reassurance that, 15, well, for us, it's $5,000. Also, the other thing is the money is supposed to be spent within the fiscal year, remember? So ask about, if she's got the balance promise. So I looked at the date. And by the way, that's a very old IRS letter, 1942, the oldest one I've ever seen since the IRS approved that organization. But anyways, it's supposed to be done within the fiscal year, I think. So that's another question. So I would say the lease and when they're going to get it done. Thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan. Michelle, can you answer Jonathan's question about the lease on your property? The building?
Yes, absolutely. So we have a 7-year leases, which is odd, right? But we just re-signed our lease this year, and Rita has been an amazing supporter. She's the owner, has been an amazing supporter of us, and she has never. She's just a great supporter. Hasn't said that she's willing to sell or wants to sell, but that could change. Obviously, people can change their mind. But that is something I would probably want to talk to our finance team about regarding the awning. And I can get back to you with more information if you'd like.
Well, you said they just signed, I just entirely, but you believe they just signed another 7-year lease, or you don't know when it comes up again?
I believe we signed another, if it wasn't this year, it was last year. I'm sorry, it was last year.
So you believe there's at least 6 years left?
Correct,
correct.
correct.
Okay. Hi, Tess.
Hi. So apropos of responsible use of these funds, and this isn't in opposition to this particular NPG, but I will say in general that we as a neighborhood council have to hold people responsible and accountable for the use of these funds. They're not being given away gratuitously, and we do want these, the purpose for which they're granted, to be fulfilled within the fiscal year. That is not always the case.
Right.
If this were under my personal stewardship, I would want us as a neighborhood council to conduct our own simple internal use audit, nothing complicated, just with a sincere intention to make sure that we are receiving the value we pay for. That hasn't always been the case in the past. We don't want to do that, and we shouldn't hold ourselves out to be responsible fiduciaries on behalf of taxpayers if we're not getting the value that we expect when we make these grants. And when those NPGs are breached, we should make a demand that those funds be returned, because I'm seeing some promises that are not fulfilled, and I think that should trigger demand letters from our neighborhood council with a copy to the city attorney for any of those funds to be repatriated to us for other public purposes. And I expect, Michelle, that will not be the case with you, but I just want to make sure that these monies are distributed and received and implemented responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you.
regarding these details, which I think are very valid, as Catherine was saying earlier, if something did come up, if we were any MPG, if we were to vote to approve an MPG tonight or any time, and if something, if there were a reason to not fund the MPG, we wouldn't fund it, obviously, even if we voted to fund it this evening. So there is a safety gap there. Anyway, any other comments? If not, let's move forward. We still have a lot more to do this evening, believe it or not. I'd like to bring this to a vote. So I'm going to bring it to a vote. Motion E to approve up to $5,000 to partially fund a new awning for Discovery Shop Tulip Lake with GTLNC logo branding. Catherine.
Yes.
Thank you. Arthur.
Yes.
Okay. Robin can't vote. Ren.
Yes.
Okay. Fred. Fred.
Have we lost Fred? I'm not hearing a vote.
I'm not hearing him either. I think
You can get me, but yes.
Yes. Okay. Heard a yes.
Yes, thank you.
And Matt.
Yes.
Okay. Lee. I see he's nodding. I see yes. Tess.
Yes,
Yes. Is that yes?
that was a yes.
Okay. Kevin.
Yes.
Yes. Sean.
Yes.
Sean and
Yes.
Jason. Yeah. Thank you. And I am a yes. So looks like we have another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Sweep.
10, 0, 0. Congratulations, Michelle. Oh, let me make sure you can speak. Where are you, Michelle? Okay. It passed. Congratulations.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
It's
And
worth
hope
the
you guys
wait.
can come visit me in person, because I swear I don't sound like this in person. I would love to meet you guys individually in person. So please come and say hi. And thank you again.
You're a great asset to the community. Thank you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
All right, moving right along. We are going to, unless someone is here from Rio Vista regarding the benches, please raise your hand. If not, we're going to put this one aside because I want
And
a
just
representative.
note, Robin has returned.
I have
at
returned.
11:01. Welcome back.
All right,
Thank you.
we're going to hold Rio Vistas for another time because I think we need everyone to come
Okay.
on and discuss it.
We're postponing Rio Vista. We've
Yep.
done treasurer's report.
Now we
Let's
do-
go to exec. Was that exec? That was
That was
exec.
exec. I want to go to, I know Michael I'd love to go to
Planning?
Plum, because I know Michael has been waiting a long, long time, if he's still on the call. Are we ready for?
I'm just letting everyone know it is 11:01.
I know, but we're getting there. We're gonna wrap this up.
All right,
I'm making sure we're not missing anything, Robin.
all right, no
Uh,
worries.
we did H, we did E, F, G. We did streets. Okay, good. Now we can, I say, let's go to Plum, committee reports.
Okay, real quickly, you probably all remember at our last meeting, we carried over motion D from the last agenda, which is concerning the 10057, 10063 Riverside Drive, et cetera, the TOC project there. And there's a little further description of it in the agenda. But the motion is motion J, to issue a statement that the GTLNC does not support the TOC project located at 10057, 10063 Riverside Drive, /4508 North Mariota Avenue, Toluca Lake, California, 91602, in its current form.
Do we have a first?
Tess first.
Thank you, Tess.
And Lee, I see Lee.
Lee, thank you, Lee. All right, discussion.
I did see a hand up earlier from Rudy, but now it's not, it's gone. Okay. I see two. I see, I saw Shannon first, then we'll go to David. Hi, Shannon.
Okay, I think I'm getting better at this. Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay, I'm back again. Michael and I went from Riverside Drive, Michael DeBacco. We went to Paul Kokorian's office and spoke to his head of staff. And there were a lot of things that were red flags to me on this project. Two being that there are covenants, the parking covenants that would be taken from Patty's and from the Trader Joe's employees to make this project go ahead, to have them. Apparently, we were told that they had the correct amount of parking, which is, I guess, 3/4 of a spot for each 2-bedroom unit, which that goes, what Tess was saying, I have to agree with Tess on this, is that, you know, if we're going to oppose the parking situation, that's a whole nother thing. But according, I guess it's under the TOC, that's part of what they write into the whole TOC project. But what really occurred to me on, besides that, is the fact that the parking for these other, you know, Patty's, which is an institution, and Trader Joe's, that the employee parkings will be taken away to get this project, you know, by code. So I support the, you know, relooking at not what I guess what it was as not having it go through the way it's been written, because it's going to be so detrimental to not only the other businesses, but also the businesses that are there. And, you know, Michael and we're going to lose our post office. And I just think there's a better way to do this. So I told Michael I'd write him a support letter from the Chamber of Commerce. And like I said, anything you need from us, let me know. If you need more information, we can get it. But I'm glad to be here, and I know it's late, so I'll let you carry on. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Shannon. Thank you. Next up, I saw David Wheatley.
Hi, logging back on after a short break. Motion J, does not support. I think that's a great idea. So let's keep that going. These TOCs are a scam, same as the density bonus. They give next to nothing. They basically give the developers so much so they'll come up with a paltry few affordables, or put something next to a bus stop that may not even exist, or may, if it exists today, may not exist tomorrow. So this looks like a really good thing to oppose. And I hope the GTLNC will use the strongest wording possible to oppose it, so that the wording will go up the line to all the other organizations that will consider this. And let's get rid of it. The other thing I wanted to mention is often the applicant will come in and say that it meets the code. They don't have to build these this big. There's no requirement that says it has to be this big or it has to be this close. These are options that they choose to adopt. And at the same time they're adopting them, it makes things terrible for the community. So I'm so happy that this is here, and I really hope that you'll go ahead and support it. Support this motion to not support the project. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Then I saw Rudy. Hey, Rudy.
Hi, Colby. It's getting late, so I just wanted to remind you all, if you're, you know, this neighborhood council not that long ago was very supportive of the TOC projects in the community. They supported it blindly. I'm glad you guys are having a change of heart. In any event, if you're not happy with what's going on, stop re-electing the same people and expecting a different outcome. Thank you very much, and have a good night.
You too, Rudy. Thank you. Hi, Robin.
Hi. Again, I've been aware of this project. Let's see, my daughter's 26, and when she was 9, the owner, his name was Sebastian. He owned the restaurant in that location that Michael's Red Door is in, Michael's. And he had talked about this project being built. So that's how long this project's been in the works. And again, one of the biggest concerns of this community is parking. It comes down to parking. 100% of the time, if it's a parking issue, it will always be disputed. And the thing that bothers me personally is that because it is a TOC, it's within 1 mile of a bus station, they are given allowances to only have 3/4, that's what Shannon stated, 3/4 per car per unit. And I'm sure this is going to be a luxury building and they're going to charge very high prices for the rent. And if it's like anything else in this city with everything being so expensive, you're not going to get one person living there who's going to have 3/4 of a parking space. They're going to probably double up or triple up, and they're going to get a lot of people in there who may or may not use a bus station or a bike. So we are going to have a lot of parking issues with this building. And that's my biggest issue with the whole project, is just lack of parking. That's it.
Thanks, Robin. Hi, Tess.
Hi, so I oppose this vehemently. Shannon, thank you for coming back on and remaining consistent. Parking is a big, big problem. 38 units, 28 parking spots. Yes, more than one person is going to live in each unit. That's going to just completely harry the entire street and the intersection. I would also say that Measure JJJ, which I don't believe is really fulfilling all of its potential, both parts of Measure J include affordable housing and good jobs. And we've seen no mention of that from the developer. So I would really like to see this. I'd like to see us vote against this. Thank you.
Thanks, Tess. Hi, Michael, the man of the hour. Where are you?
Hi, you guys. How you doing?
Good, good.
How you doing? Nice to see everybody. Hey, just in regards to that parking, for one, it's a half a parking spot, not even 3/4. It's a half per. So in regards to the density, they get a half a parking spot per apartment for people living in the apartments, which is pretty insane in this area. Also, in regards to the prior council in 2019, when there wasn't a vote, I know that the president at the time was also a developer and had some projects working in regards to a TOC. So I'm glad to see you guys obviously coming together and taking a vote on this. I think, as I've mentioned numerous times from everyone that I talk to, which is numerous, that the village does not want this. And so I would very much appreciate your support in opposition to this, wherever that may take us. I just think it gives us a lot of power going forward. And, I love this neighborhood as much as anyone, and I would hate to see it destroyed.
Thank you, Michael. Jonathan, I think we heard from you already. Something really quick to say?
Yeah, you did not hear from me on this.
Oh, on this one? Okay.
No. Yeah, of course I'll be quick. I'm never going to drag anything out. What I would add, though, is something Michael just said. I hope it's been a learning experience for this neighborhood council for disclosures, because I look back at the paperwork and saw where it first appeared in 2019. I've never said anything, but it was very clear to me that there were no disclosures. No one recused themselves from discussions. And at this time, that prior board member is now specialized, apparently, in transit-oriented community infill development. That's the kind of thing that you should take a step back from and say, well, either you did something wrong, or you just didn't pay attention, or you were taken advantage of, something went wrong. But that's a 38-unit apartment building that's going in. And I see on your agenda, you actually wrote it the right way. If you look at what's going in there, no one ever wanted to say that before. It was never really disclosed in any paperwork. It was always called something different, like an address or the post office. I mean, for months, I went to meetings and didn't know what the hell was going on, didn't follow it. But you've come a long way. Now you're dealing with it, I think, in a forthright manner. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jonathan. Hi, Ren.
Yeah, just for the record, at the time this project was being continued by the GTLNC, the chair of the planning committee and the chair of the board had no TOC or any other projects related to this. So I think Michael has gotten bad information. So it's, I hate to see people who've given a lot of their time and energy to this community over a long period of time be besmirched by people who don't know the facts.
Thanks, Ren. And this has been, I was originally on Plum 3 years ago. It was brand new to the board. This is one of our first projects that was pitched to us. I've never been thrilled with it. However, there was talk between the board, between our board and the developers to make a few concessions, minor concessions, smooth stucco, which would not attract dirt as easily as rougher stucco, a few more trees and whatnot, which I appreciate that, and I believe they'll move forward with that. However, on a big picture level, I'm opposed to TOC projects in this project. Although I feel like Don Quixote and what our little board can do, I don't know. I think we can send a message at the very least by opposing this project. It's a one size fits all sort of mentality that the powers that be above us have, and I think they should hear our little voices speak. And however, it's not, it's something that doesn't quite fit the character, and I want more. I want overall more autonomy for us to make decisions on how our community looks and functions. And this is not in fitting with what I believe is what I want or what I believe is best for the community. So that's another reason to put this on the agenda. However, I do appreciate the concessions or some of the adjustments that the developer said that they would make. There's nothing in writing that I'm aware of regarding that, and we never did write as far as I could find, a letter of proponent, or a letter proposing this, or a letter of supporting this even 3 years ago. There's just a lot of confusion. So
Wait, where are you going?
I'm sorry. Let me.
Okay, Colby.
Yeah. So we're gonna move on. We're gonna move to the vote.
All right, so let me go back and read the motion. Motion J, to issue a statement that the GTLNC does not support the TOC project located at 10057-10063 Riverside Drive /4508 North Mariota Avenue, Toluca Lake, California, 91602 in its current form. Catherine, how do you vote? And by voting yes, you are supporting that this does not you do not support this TLC project in its current form. So if you vote yes, that means you are supporting that it does not support.
You're opposing it in its current form.
Correct.
Okay. I'm still going to abstain.
Okay. Arthur?
Yes.
Robin, I'm a yes. Ren?
I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to vote yes.
Good man. Fred?
Yes.
Matt?
No.
Lee? Lee? He's shaking his head.
But I think that
Can you read me?
Yes, but Lee, I want you to understand that voting no, you were shaking your head no, means you support this project.
I do not support it.
Okay, then you vote yes.
Correct. I vote yes. Thank you very much.
Sure. Susanna is excused. Paige is excused. Tess?
Yes.
And Kevin?
Stain.
Stain. And Sean?
Yes.
And Jake does Jake get to vote on this?
There's nothing.
Yes, Jake?
Yes.
Great.
I'm a yes.
Colby?
I'm a yes.
Yes. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 yeses. I have 1, 2. I'm doing no's first. I have one no and 2 abstains. Motion carries 9-1-2. Great. Thank you, guys. All right, we're going to go to motion K. Do you want to read it or you want me to read it, Ren? Ren, are you there?
Muted.
Okay. Motion K, to approve that the GTLNC support the request for a conditional use permit for a car wash at 10570 Riverside Drive with the recommendation that the hours of operation be limited to 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Do I have a first?
Fred first.
Thanks, Fred. And the second was Ren.
Sure.
And Ren, if you could please I know we gave the address, but can you, for the rest of the board who wasn't at your Plum meeting, where this location is?
Yeah, it's on Riverside Drive at Cahuenga, and it's the southeast corner, the mobile station, the mobile gas station there. It's been there a long time, and the owners, two ladies, made a presentation at our committee meeting, and they've done their homework on this in a number of ways. They agreed to make sure there's a sign, a no queuing sign, so that cars aren't out into the street on Cahuenga. They told us that the kind of car wash they're putting in doesn't make a lot of noise or have fumes or any of that. It's a brushless system, so it doesn't scratch up the cars or make a lot of noise that way. And they seem to be open to our recommendation that they close, relatively early, 8 o'clock at night, so they don't bother the people in the apartment building, which is on the other side to the south of there's an alleyway. There's a wall and an alleyway, but then there's an apartment there. And so the hope is that there won't be any noise to bother those people. Any questions about this?
That's the hope. Is there, I don't understand.
I have some details. What'd you say, Colby?
No, you had your hand raised. You can go. I just had questions, general questions.
I was on the Plum meeting, and I listened to the presentation, and I had a few concerns. I mentioned two things. I mentioned that gas station, which I love location because it's close to home, but it is one of the highest priced gas stations in the neighborhood. And their response was, well, top tier gas costs more. They also have a taco truck that is there on a regular basis. I guess it's a friend of theirs that has this taco truck that kind of parks at the gas station, and it doesn't seem to cause any issues with traffic or problems.
Pardon me a second. I think they said the truck parks on the street at the curb. It's not actually on the station, or is it?
It is.
No,
I see it there a lot.
It's in the station, which I'm not opposed to, somebody trying to make it. I mean, we all need to support businesses. My biggest concern about this project was the fact that cars will queue on Riverside Drive because they're going to have to enter the gas station from the alley, from the entrance on the alley. And, I use another car wash that's you get in the car and you drive through, and there's a tremendous line. And I said, I hope your business is as popular as the one I use, but I don't want cars queuing on Cahuenga or in the driveway or anywhere in the neighborhood. So they suggested this no queuing sign, but I don't know necessarily that people are going to follow that. We'll see. But that was my biggest concern. And the fact that their gas station is open till 12 o'clock p.m. and they wanted to keep the gas station, the car wash open till 10 p.m., which Ren very smartly added a kind of a limited time that we supported being open till 8 p.m. But there are apartments that are right there. And I'm wondering if the noise from the cars, even, you know, queuing or the exhaust while they're waiting will affect the homeowners that live there. That's all I have to say.
I see Tess has her hand raised. Hi, Tess. You're muted, Tess.
Thank you. So all of those concerns were addressed, and I think reasonably, by the business owners. They have no control over the price of gas. So the relative expense of it is not, I think, within their control, because that's dictated to them. And they are perfectly willing to work with us. Gave concessions, as Ren brilliantly suggested, some limitation on the hours of operation so that they won't disturb the neighbors. I think it's a good project. They are, you know, they're small business owners just like anybody else. I went and visited, and they're very supportive of the community. They are friends of Toluca Lake Elementary and several other things. So I approved this then at the Plum meeting, and I approve it now. And I hope the rest of the board will too. Thank you.
Hi, Kevin.
Hi. I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure if that's accurate about what Tess said about the gas prices. That mobile station's always had the most expensive gas in the neighborhood.
That's what they told me, Kevin. So I'm taking them at their word.
Yeah, I don't think that. I mean, again, I don't know for certain, but all I can tell you is that for the last 20 plus years, they've always had the most expensive gas in the neighborhood. So I don't know.
And so I wasn't at the meeting, but is everybody satisfied? Was everyone on the board satisfied, of the Plum board, that this noise would be immaterial? Do the neighbors come to the Plum meeting, or the people renting apartments abutting this proposed car wash? I just have major concerns about their quality of life.
Ren, did they not? They said they had letters of support from neighbors, correct?
I'm sorry?
They said they had letters of support from neighbors, correct?
Yes. Yeah, they had talked to their neighbors and described what was going on and what they were proposing. And I think they basically said that the noise, there would be, of course, some noise, but it wouldn't, it's not like one of those old fashioned car washes that, you know, where there's brushes and lots of stuff going on. Also, not a lot of people hanging around, because you actually drive your own car through the car wash. So,
but I mean, did you see the letter of support, or they just said they had support? I mean,
yeah, I didn't see any letters of support.
They had clarification there. They had attachment to their application, signatures from neighbors.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's right. Yeah. So there were.
So the signatures are from what neighbor? How large is their range of?
They had, I think, over a half dozen.
To support a car wash. Okay, I'm surprised. All right.
Well, a half dozen could be just one apartment building. There's several neighbors that would be affected. I'm just curious. You know, can they show us the support from what addresses?
It's all in the materials, Robin, that were part of the Plum meeting. So it's on the website. You can look at it.
Okay, we got to move on. Kevin, okay, go ahead, Kevin. And we'll move on to stakeholders.
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Moving on to stakeholders. Rudy, I saw you first.
Thank you, Colby. This conversation sort of devolved into the price of gas. You know, Toluca Lake, let's be honest, it's a more affluent community, so things are more expensive there because businesses know that people can pay for it. But if you really wanted to lower the price of gas, you wouldn't keep re-electing the same people and expecting a different outcome. Remember, Nazarian had an opportunity to give us gas tax relief, and he chose no. Thank you.
Thanks, Rudy. David Wheatley.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been tracking other projects in Toluca Lake, but not this one. I'm wondering if they've done a decibel count, some sort of professional study as to what this will give off or is giving off now, and what the machinery is going to add to it, what the ambient sound levels are, at what distances, and measure it up properly and submit it to this community, this board. And if they have not, then I would suggest sending this back until they do that. And let's see if I had anything else for you on this. Yeah, that's it.
Thanks, David. Ren, I'm curious about too, what was the decibel output of this car wash?
You know, I don't, oh, Fred, yeah, Fred's on. Fred, you have the package there. Did they include that information in the package? I don't remember it at this point.
Can you repeat the question, please?
What's the decibel output of the noise output of this car wash?
Oh, I'd have to look, you guys. I can't tell you right now. I'd have to get it out.
But they had a number somewhere. They mentioned they.
If you want to wait, I can go another room and get it.
Yeah, okay. I'll take Jonathan, and then he's curious. Hi, Jonathan.
I recommend that when you vote on this, that you respect what the Plum Committee voted on. When they voted, they didn't just vote to support it. They voted for the hours that Rain had said, but also based on the contingency, like Robin is concerned, which I think is very realistic, that a no queuing sign on street, no queuing on street sign would be installed. So in my own opinion, if that's what the committee agreed to, then I think you should bring it forward in that same format. And if you want to change something, then you do it consciously. But somehow that sign got dropped off, and queuing on a street is really dangerous and could be a big deal. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't know how that would be enforced. You know, if there's a sign and then.
It's not your enforcement. It's just a condition of approval.
It is, but in the real world, how can it be enforced? Will it be enforced, and will the times be enforced? You know,
if there's a sign and there's an accident, it makes a difference.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, and we should add it to the motion K to limit the hours and include a no queuing sign on Cahuenga.
Yeah, I feel really bad. I mean, I feel bad for the neighbors, so close to their windows. Kevin, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I just don't see how anybody that lives adjacent to that gas station would be down with a car wash right next to where they live. And so I just question where these letters of support are coming from.
I have the same question. I'm surprised anyone would voluntarily support a car wash outside their window. But, I don't know.
I'll look it up.
Yeah.
They may be customers, people in the neighborhood, not necessarily next, right next door. So it may not,
okay.
May not hold that much water.
No pun intended. Yeah, with the car wash.
Why don't you consider approving it like on earlier hours, like at 6 o'clock, and let them know if they want to resubmit for later operation. But it's just a small business. I mean, they're not, they appeared themselves. They weren't consultants or anything.
Okay, and Fred's still looking for that info, but maybe we should just go ahead and vote, or we can do as, let's see, it's 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. This is 7 days a week. 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Fred, I think we just move forward. It's getting late.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, they did say that it's touchless, which to me means that it's like air and a lot of fans, and that would make a lot of noise. But, if it's just blowing powerful air, but I can still look for the decibel number for you.
It's okay. I think we'll move forward. Bren, do you want to bring this to a vote?
Okay, yeah.
I don't see any of the stakeholders I don't see any other comments.
Okay, let me read the motion again. Motion K to approve that the GTLNC support the request for a conditional use permit for a car wash at 10570 Riverside Drive, with the recommendation that the hours of operation be limited to 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Ren, did you want to change the 8 p.m. or you want to leave it 8 p.m.?
No, I think we ought to leave at 8 p.m., but we need to amend the motion to include the no queuing sign,
Okay,
Coenga.
amended. So you are going to include the no queuing sign. Okay.
I don't know if we need to vote on the amendment first and then the.
No, we just need to add it and then amend it as amended.
Okay.
So Catherine, how do you vote?
I'm sorry, my internet's kicked me off a couple times, so
Okay.
I am abstaining. I
All
don't know
right.
what's happened.
Arthur,
Yes.
I'm gonna vote no. Ren,
Yes.
Fred,
Yes.
Matt,
No.
Lee,
You're muted. Let me help you out.
Lee, do you approve this conditional permit for the car wash?
Yeah, I guess because it's not that terrible a condition to the neighborhood. So yeah, it won't affect.
All right, great. Thank you, Lee. Tess,
Yes, with the no queuing on street sign condition.
correct. Okay. Kevin,
No.
Sean,
Yes.
and Jake.
Yes.
Thank you. And Colby.
No.
All right, let's start with the yeses. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 yeses. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 noes, and 1 abstention. Does that sound right? That's 12 people. So motion carries 7-4-1.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
thank you.
We'll move forward to the motion L. Go ahead, Ren.
Okay, motion L. Well, it says approve. Approve that the GTLNC not support the request for a fence height variance at 10050 Tulip Lake Avenue.
Do I have a first?
Fred first.
Thank you, Fred.
Matt second.
Thank you, Matt.
Discussion.
Susie, don't.
This
Now, Fred,
request,
can you please explain where this fence is?
the fence is at 10050 Toluca Lake Avenue. It's one of the homes that actually looks out on the lake. And so up along the street, this house and all the neighbors, actually at this point, all the neighbors either have hedges or walls or fences of various kinds. This house is a new house that's just been built. It's built as close as it can to the street, I guess, so they have more property overlooking the lake. And they want to build a wall basically right at the at the sidewalk, and it's it's an attractive fence or wall, I guess, but it's not. It's very intrusive in a sense, and I think the feeling on the committee was that we need to start standing up even at this late date to all the fences and walls. Now, I know last month we supported a wall on Camarillo, which was a little different kind of situation on a major street. This is a back street, and it just seems like it's feeding into this whole notion that Toluca Lake is such a dangerous community that you have to wall yourself in and lock yourself in all kinds of ways. And it creates a different kind of atmosphere for the community. And I know we've got a lot of walls already. I remember when the Kern property got walled off at Foreman and and Moore Park. Anyway, I won't go into all the history on walls and oversized fences and so forth, and hedges. I mean, people get around this by growing huge hedges and right at the front of their houses. But
Ren, for that location, what is the standard fence height that is allowable?
42 inches, 3.5 feet. So they could put up a wall right at the sidewalk that's 3.5 feet. They could probably put in a gate with something over the gate and that kind of thing. But the wall can't be more than 42 inches according to the code. I mean, we're to the point now where people on Navajo, for example, somebody built a fence and, I think it's 8 feet right up to the sidewalk without even doing a building permit or asking for a variance. And so I think at this point, the committee felt like we needed to, stand up to this and say we don't like this as a pattern for our community where everybody puts a wall in front of their house. I don't know, some of the other people on the committee may want to speak up. Fred, you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yes. You cut out your last sentence, Ren. Can you say it one more time? Oh, shoot.
So saying that, I'm talking about the committee feeling like we needed to take a stand on some of this with the walls and fences. And I thought maybe you would kind of fill that in.
Sure. Well, as far as the Toluca Lake Avenue project that we're talking about, almost the entire block and surrounding, I would say 500 feet in either direction, have actual walls, not just 3-foot walls and shrubs behind them, but actual wood or cinder block or plaster walls up to 6 feet right at the property line. This is the only house that doesn't. So that being said, I think it would be a little unfair to not allow it. Also, I'm pretty sure the city is going to push it through. As far as the Camarillo project, we approved that too, so we should probably be consistent with that as well. And I think just with the neighborhood, it's really a case-by-case scenario, depending on where the houses are, what street it's on, any historical precedent or things like that. But in this case, I think it's warranted that we approve this, or I guess say no to writing this letter. Can't remember what the motion actually reads, but I would support the wall.
Okay, Tess, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I'm with Ren on everything he said, and there were some members of the committee who had the idea that why bother because everybody else is doing it. And I say, well, we have to stand for something, and if we're not going to do it here, then we should just pack up and leave. We have to, I think, protect people from overdevelopment and the permanent negative massive impacts upon residents. We know of other communities where walls are de rigueur, where you can't go anywhere without running into an 8-foot wall, and it completely changes the nature and the whole, it changes the community. I don't think we need to be approving these things willy-nilly, and I voted to not approve the height variance, and I hope the rest of the board will do so as well. Thank you.
Kevin.
Yeah, I would just say, I think that, it's a personal preference, and, it's not a one size fits all. And somebody goes to the expense of building a house and they want to build a wall and they apply for the proper variance. I don't feel like it's our job to stand in the way of that, as long as it looks nice. And, I don't know, I feel differently about that.
My feeling is I aesthetically, I love open lawns. My lawn, I don't have a wall, I have an open lawn. However, I do believe, crime seems to be increasing The response time, and I think Officer Delbart and LAPD does a wonderful job, but the response time to my emergencies and other neighbors' emergencies has been lacking. It's been very, very long. This house, I walk by it frequently. It's fairly close. It still, meets the setback requirements, of course, but they have large windows and that face the street, very little privacy. And to be honest with you, we live in a less safe environment, no matter how beautiful. I love Tulip Lake, it's so beautiful. And years ago, I was opposed to walls, but to be honest with you, a lot of people have them already. And I think if it makes people feel safer and it makes them safer, it should be the choice.
Just the last thing I can just jump in. I mean, I agree with you. I think, look, things are different and people, if it makes them feel safer, and it'd be great to just have, not to have to lock your front door when you go out, but we live in a different time and a different world. And if it makes people feel safer and they go through the proper channels to get it done, I don't think that we should be standing in the way of that.
And this applicant did, some people don't go through the proper channels. And I think it was good of this applicant to actually follow through and apply. All right, I'm going to move to our public stakeholders. Hi, Rudy.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to point out that this is a property right issue. The homeowner has every right to put a wall up. I don't know, Rain, if you are aware, but there's a crime wave sweeping over Los Angeles County right now because of the status quo officials that are soft on crime, and this soft on crime legislation, and the same people that get reelected, and yet you want a different outcome. Maybe you haven't heard that the district attorney is being recalled right now, or there's an effort to get him on a recall ballot. I mean, this is a privacy issue. This is a property rights issue, and this is a public safety issue. Why would this board get in the way of that? I mean, it's there's more important things to be discussing. This is a waste of time. This meeting's almost 5 hours old, and it's a complete waste of time to even be talking about this. Thank you.
Okay, Rudy, let me just correct you. He can't build it by right. There's
not going to be a back and forth
long-term rule or law in I didn't talk over you. Please don't talk over me. Don't talk over me, please, Rudy.
Do not comment on my public comment. You're out of order, sir. Please move on.
I'm correcting you. I'm correcting you because you misstated something that's not true.
Both of you.
I did not state anything untrue, sir. I did not make any accusations other than.
Ren, Rudy, please, I have to mute you for now. Yes?
Okay.
Yes, I will just state that we don't have the right to just do what we want, property rights notwithstanding, and I'm the biggest upholder of property rights that you will find. We do have the LAMC, the LA Municipal Code, and that has minimum standards to which we must adhere. And if the community feels differently, then the community should work to change those, raise those height variances, and do that. But the code is the code. The Los Angeles Municipal Code is the minimum standard, and it takes into consideration safety. So you can't have every property right owner doing whatever he pleases, because that violates the law. And that's why we have these discussions in the first place. So I agree with you, Ren, and that's it.
Okay, I'm going to go on to David Wheatley, and then we're going to move forward. Hi, David.
Hi, can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I think a lot about private property versus public interest. And I think that we have lots of places where lots of things that private people can't do. You can't murder people. You can't smash into cars. You can't build whatever you want. You can't put obscenities over the airwaves. All sorts of restrictions on private property. And I support that. And I think the reasons we have to have these laws is because it's not human nature to be altruistic and empathic, although a lot of people are, not everyone is. And so for those that are not, we need to have these laws and to enforce them. And I encourage this group to do so. Thanks.
Thanks, David. We're going to bring this to a vote. It's almost midnight. All right, Ren, you want to read it? I'll read it.
Motion L. to approve that the GTLNC not support the request for a fence height variance at 10050 Toluca Lake Avenue. I just want to say that you are voting, if you vote yes, you're voting against the wall, and if you vote no, you're voting for the wall. So just make sure you understand that when you vote. Catherine. Catherine.
I don't see Catherine.
Drop off?
You might have dropped. Let me see what this is.
Okay, I'm gonna go to
Drop off.
Arthur.
You dropped off.
Arthur,
Yes.
thank you. Robin, hold on, I'm gonna finish the vote and I'll go back to me. Ren,
Yes.
thank you. Fred,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Lee,
I'm piggybacking on Ren, believe it or not. I agree with him and I don't want the wall. So the answer is yes.
okay, and Suzanne is excused. Paige is excused. Tess,
Yes.
Kevin,
No.
Sean,
Yes.
Jake,
No.
Colby,
No.
and I'm gonna say no. So let me, oh, Catherine. Catherine, did you sign back on? Catherine?
Get on cable internet. I know that.
Okay, I'm going to put excused. So the vote is yeses. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, Sean, what did you vote? 7. 7. No's, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. And we have no abstentions. So motion carries 7-4-0. Thank you, Ren. Do you want to say anything else about your updates? Report on status of potential angled parking, update on status on city planning department, state planning. Do you have anything briefly you can talk about?
Why don't we just carry these over for the next meeting?
Fantastic.
Critical here, yeah.
All right. Public safety, Colby, quick.
Yes, I got a initial bid for 100 reflective zipper pocketed vests with a GTLNC logo. The initial bid is $1,522 for 100 of those.
$1,522 for 100
$15
with logo.
And then I'm waiting to hear back from the city to how big our logo has to be on that outfit, because we have to include, as you know, GTLNC branding on outreach items that we hand out to stakeholders. The logo is that they provide is a size of 3x3. So I'm checking with the city. I have to check. I won't go into details and how on the size of the logo and how if we're able to do a 3x3 logo. So that's that. Let's see, nothing.
Replacement of light bulbs on Vineland Underpass.
I don't have any updates on that, unfortunately.
Okay, I'll put no update.
I have a small update.
All right.
We were told by Tiffany in Paul Krikorian's office, because we've put in a number of requests for that over the last years, actually, which predates us being converted into CD2. We used to be CD4, and we were told that Bureau of Street Lighting is backed up by 56 business days. So that's the equivalent of what, over 3 months or thereabouts. So I'm going to stay on them about that to see if we can't get some relief, because that underpass is completely in the dark, and that is where the homicide occurred. So it seems to me that lighting should be a priority there, and the residents in this community are concerned. So that's street lighting.
Thanks, Tess. And I talked to Officer Delbar briefly today. He was unable. He was on patrol this evening and was unable to, as you can see, to make our meeting. So next time he comes on next month, he'll fill us in on the Tulip Lake crime stats. Let's move on to outreach and elections. If Oh, it's,
Oh, Paige is not here.
Paige isn't here, and Catherine, well, she's not here anyway. So we'll move forward with environmental, but Catherine is not here either.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. Actually, hold on. Rudy had something. I'm sorry, I missed public comment. Hi, Rudy.
Thank you. Yes, public safety is the first job of any elected official. And granted, you're now cursed with Krikorian. I wouldn't expect those streetlights to get done anytime soon. As Ms. Taylor pointed out, you've been asking for a responsive reaction from city government for more than a year. And they tell people it's 3 months wait time, but it's been more than a year. If you want a different outcome, you need to stop re-electing the same corrupt career politicians. So that's the theme of the meeting tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Rudy. Wheatley?
I'd like to add my own theme, which is the idea that compassion and empathy and public good need to be legislated and enforced. And Earth Day is a great example. You leave that to the oligarchs that have the power. They'll make whatever they want. They'll pollute whatever they want, stay inside their cars, inside their air-conditioned houses, whichever one they decide to spend the weekend in, and let the rest of us breathe polluted air. So as you can tell, the more this group stands up for the public interest against private oppressive individuals and companies, the happier I am. So let's celebrate the environment and let's celebrate Earth Day.
Thank you, David.
May I say something, Colby? I know that Paige is no longer here, but I'm on the outreach committee, and I just want to make a note and invite comments or emails from board that we've been working on the Toluca Lake Homeless Resource Guide, which is essentially a flyer or business card to distribute to the businesses and to residents in Toluca Lake and in the neighborhood council district to direct homeless individuals to resources. So we're trying to help. We're trying to help resolve the problem, not just sweeping people from one area to another. So I've drafted up a pretty long list of those resources. If there are any favorites that you have, particularly local, because this is a hyper local resource, I am pulling together resources from a number of different organizations. We want something that's hyper local, so that if you're walking on Riverside Drive or you're outside Toluca Lake Trader Joe's, you can direct somebody intelligently and with information to help. So that's the whole idea. Anyone on the board or members of the public who would like to email me with their hyper local homeless resource suggestions, I will add them and we'll present that next month. Thank you.
And Tess, thank you so much for working on that. Thank you very much.
And that's the homelessness services guide, right? That was similar.
Yeah,
to one
it's hyper local. So for people, so we're not sending somebody over the sea or to Pacoima. We're trying to identify places within a mile radius or less.
And it's also for people who say if you have, we'll move forward, but please send me what you have on that, because what I want to do is keep enough money in our budget so we can afford to print up those flyers or cards or whatever it'll be.
Right. We don't have the design yet, Colby. We've just got the list of resources, but once we've narrowed it down, we'll put it to design and bring it to you. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to know if it's 1 page or 20 pages, whatever. Okay. Thank you so much. Keep me up to date. That's a really important thing, especially in Nick Baker's honor. Homelessness was a huge issue that he helped undertake. So I want to make sure we fulfill that. Moving forward.
Affairs.
Is Catherine back?
Nope.
Okay, I'm the co-chair, so I will take this, I suppose. So we are asking the board and stakeholders to submit issues and legislation that they wish the Greater Toluca Lake Neighborhood Council to track. We discussed it at our government affairs meeting. In particular, we have a lot of land use legislation that affects our community, in fact, and affects the entire city and the state of California. If there's any particular issue or bill you would like us to track, please let us know. There are links in the agenda as to where you can look up bills, both at the state legislative level and ordinances at the city level. So then the community impact statement and the difference, well, we want members of the board to be aware of the difference between community impact statements and request for action, as well as a vote of no confidence that's used to communicate positions to the LA City Council. We have many options available to us. If people have, board members have an interest in any one of those, Ren, would you like to add anything on that item? As a member of the committee?
Yeah, Ren, you're muted. Yeah.
Okay, there yeah, no, I don't have anything much to add. I think, you know, we need to work this up for next time.
Right. So we can make our voices known as a neighborhood council in a variety of ways. That's the bottom line. And there are at least those three options available to us. So when you see an issue of interest, bring it up. All right, very good. Next.
I see public comment from David.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, hi. An idea I had suggested at land use was that there be some sort of prompt in the agenda that says, report on legislative issues which could affect Toluca Lake or could affect this committee. And I'm wondering if there might be a slot for that for this group when it meets. So everybody will say, well, are there any, instead of having to wait for people to take the initiative to present them? It'll be a prompt.
David, I'm not quite clear on what you mean about that. Maybe you could email the Government Affairs Committee with your idea and suggested language.
Yeah, or I could talk about it for 30 seconds now and then I wouldn't have to.
Okay, 30 seconds, go ahead.
All right, yeah, this is when a group like this with its purview meets, the focus is understandably on the purview, but there are other factors that have an effect on this group and the way it functions. SB 9 and 10 are a great example, happened somewhere else. So this is what I'm suggesting, is that there be a prompt to have some sort of report or people present issues pertaining to pending legislation at the state or even federal level, but certainly the state level.
Okay. All right. Very good. That's a great idea. All right. And we do that to a certain extent, perhaps not regularly. So very good. Moving on to the next agenda item.
I have another public comment.
Sorry, go ahead.
Hi, Rudy.
Thank you, Colby. Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Your request to track bills, I think it's worth noting today, Assembly Bill 2223, the infanticide bill, this awful legislation moving through Sacramento, was voted by our San Fernando Valley legislators, Luz Rivas and Adrian Nazarian. So I think it's would behoove us all to follow the voting records of our elected officials. And if you expect a different outcome, that you might consider not re-electing them. Thank you.
Rudy, is that the Buffy Wicks bill?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. Thank you for bringing that up. All right.
You're welcome. Good night.
Any other public comment?
I don't see any.
Okay, let's go on to new business.
Hold on, Robin.
Oh, sorry.
I want to stretch. No, I want to get through quickly. So planning and land use is tracking pending state and housing legislation that will affect our district, particularly, housing. And last but not least, update regarding the planned closure of the Toluca Lake Post Office. I've written a letter that I will send this week to Congressman Sherman after 10 attempts, that's 10, to reach his office about the disposition of the Toluca Lake Post Office. And that does not include the many attempts that you have made, Ren, which would amount to approximately how many? 400? How many times have you tried to reach about the post office? Lee, a whole bunch. All right, very good. That's it for now. And that's government affairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Jess. I believe that leads us to new business. Unless I missed something, please point something out. If it's been a long meeting, very difficult meeting, please let me know if I missed something. But I believe we're on new business. I have no new business, so I'll turn it over to everyone else who has new business. Any comments from stakeholders?
This is just going on and on.
Okay, with that, I'm going to call this meeting concluded at 12:02 a.m.
Well done.
I know.
Thank you all for hanging in there. Really appreciate your support because we can't do this without you. So I know this was rough. We had a lot on this agenda. I'm hoping that May will be a lot shorter as far as what we have to get done. These MPGs took a lot of time, and thank you so much to all who hung in there. Thank you to the public and thank you to the committee, to the board.
We couldn't have done it without you. Thank you so much for all your input, and it's your guidance is very appreciated. Thank you so much. Good night.
Good night.